Okay, we live?
Yep, we are all set. Pick up, everyone. We are live. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for showing up to part 10 of the common ground between
It's part 10 or
Buddhism and
part 9?
Islam. So
It's
is this
part 9.
part 9?
It's 9, yeah.
9, sorry. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
we
yeah.
live?
9. Yep, yep, yep.
You're
Yep,
not
we
the
are
same.
all set. Pick up, everyone. We are live.
Okay, everybody.
Everyone,
Um,
thank you for showing up to part 10
we'll be
of the common ground
waiting for
between
Jen.
Buddhism and
So
Islam.
I'll be talking to y'all,
Is
audience.
this part 9?
Talk to me. Everybody's here.
9,
Send
sorry.
this to
Yeah, yeah,
Discord
yeah,
out. I
yeah.
didn't send it out a lot
Yep, yep,
before
yep.
today, so
Yep,
send
we
this
are
this
all set.
Discord.
Pick up, everyone. We are live.
Send
Everyone,
this program out. Send the link out, everybody. If you're here,
part
send the link
10
out, please. Start sending the link out.
common ground
For
between
Jen.
Buddhism and
So
Islam.
I'll be talking to y'all, audience.
Is this part 9?
Talk to me. Everybody's here.
9,
Send
sorry.
this to
Yeah, yeah,
Discord
yeah,
out. I
yeah.
didn't send it out a lot
Yep, yep,
before
yep.
today, so
Yep,
send
we
this
are
this
all set.
Discord.
Pick up, everyone. We are live.
Send
Everyone,
this program out. Send the link out, everybody. If you're here, send
part
the link
10
out, please. Start sending the link out.
common ground between Buddhism and
So
Islam.
I'll be talking to y'all,
Is
audience.
this part 9?
Talk to me. Everybody's here.
9,
Send
sorry.
this to
Yeah, yeah,
Discord
yeah,
out. I
yeah.
didn't send it out a lot
Yep, yep,
before
yep.
today, so
Yep,
send
we
this
are all set.
Discord.
Pick up, everyone. We are live.
Send
Everyone,
this program out. Send the link out, everybody. If you're here, send the link out, please. Start sending the link out.
common ground between Buddhism and
So
Islam.
I'll be talking to y'all, audience.
Is this part 9?
Okay, everybody. I'm here.
Sorry. Yeah, 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 yeah.
A lot
Yep,
before
yep,
today, so send this Discord.
pick up, everyone. We are live.
Y'all can hear me. Send
Everyone,
this program out. Send the link out, everybody. If you're here,
Hi,
send the link
Ruki.
out, please. Start sending the link out. Everybody, send this Discord out. Send this out to everybody. All right, everybody, just send this out so we get it out. Hey, Aluko, thanks for showing us love all the
I'm here.
time. You know, we're going on the common ground between Islam and Buddhism.
So,
Y'all can hear me.
hi, Ruki.
Everybody, send this Discord out. Send this out to everybody. All right, everybody, just send this out so we get it out. Hey, Aluko, thanks for showing us love all the
I'm here.
time. You know, we're going on the common ground between Islam and Buddhism.
So,
Y'all can hear me.
So yeah, big up Iduki, big up everyone in the chat. So last time,
Everybody, send this Discord out. Send this out to everybody.
we were what were we talking about? The Kaaba that you wanted to.
Aluko, thanks for
Oh,
showing us
does
love
it
all the
hold
time. You know, we're going on the
energy or
common
does
ground
it
between
transmit?
Islam and Buddhism.
Um, any kind of thing. Like, what is it? Like, what is it for? Then you said that you were gonna bring some information about that. Did you
Yeah.
want to get into that?
Um. Um.
We were
Yeah, I
what
would
were
like to
we
get into
talking
that,
about?
but
The
not now.
Kaaba that
I
you
didn't have. I
wanted
don't have
to.
the
Oh,
Kaaba
does it
part ready, but I
hold
have the other part
energy or
ready.
does it
Yeah, so
transmit?
sorry guys. I'll
Um,
probably bring that later in the episode,
any kind of
and or
thing. Like,
maybe next
what is
episode I'll come
it?
back to the
Like, what
Kaaba.
is it
That's an interesting story
for?
because
Then
it's
you
like, what
said
is
that
the
you were gonna
nature of the
bring
Kaaba?
some
What does
information
it
about
do?
that. Did you
How does it? How is
want
our
to get into
prayers like?
that?
Why do we have a unified point of reflection? I want to get into that. Some I do want to get into, it's just some more work I got to do before I'm ready to present.
Transmit?
Before I'm ready to present my findings, I got to do some more.
What is it?
I got to do a little more reflection. I've been
For?
busy.
Then you
So, but I do want to share the other point I made on the
want to get
commonalities
into that?
between Buddhism and Islam in the matter of the Bodhisattva. Like I see the Bodhisattvas conceptually being very similar to the Mujahid, right? So now the Bodhisattvas are these, right? Okay, so according to Wikipedia, the Bodhisattvas in Buddhism are a Bodhisattva, Bodhisattva. Okay, that's the chance to matter pronounce it. Is any person who is on the path.
Bodhisattva. Bodhisattva.
Bodhisattva.
Bodhisattva. Yep, yep.
Bodhisattva. 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 Right? Bodhisattva.
Yep.
Is
Perfect. Yep.
is any person on the path towards Buddhahood. In the early Buddhist schools, as well as modern Theravada Buddhism, a Bodhisattva Pali
Bodhisattva.
bodhisatta.
Bo-
Pali is
Bodhisattva.
a
Yeah.
bodhisatta refers to anyone who has made a resolution to become a Buddha and
Yep.
has also
Perfect. Yep.
received a confirmation or prediction from a living Buddha that will, and that's the beginning of that's the beginning of the thing. Let me go to the rest of it.
Bo- Bodhisattva. Yeah.
That will okay that will be so. So Bodhisattva also has to get a what? A confirmation and also and has also received a confirmation or prediction from a living Buddha that that this will be so. So you have to get confirmed by a Buddha. So it's like that's like the priesthood is like they have a priesthood in they have a priesthood in it, but so that's what it is in the Theravada sense, right? Is the priesthood itself, right? But in the but in the Mahayana sense, let's see what Mahayana adds to the concept of the Buddha of the Bodhisattva, right? So to say in Mahayana Buddhism, a Bodhisattva refers to anyone who has generated bodhicitta, a spontaneous wish and compassion in mind to attain Buddhahood for the benefit of all sentient beings. So it seems like in Mahayana Buddhism, I don't know if there is necessarily like a priesthood the way the Theravada is in this sense. Looking around, probably there is, but it doesn't say it didn't add the extra part of and also receive the confirmation or prediction from a living Buddha that this will be so. It didn't say that for the Mahayana part, so I don't know. Is the Mahayana is the Theravada more strict in who they call a Buddhism from the point of having to be confirmed by another? Where Mahayana is more of a more abstract spiritual desire.
Um, I mean, perhaps I've never heard about that before, like needing a confirmation from a living Buddha, but I'm thinking that that has to do with the vows that you have to take and who receives those vows and maybe who that's why I think like who receives the vows is probably considered like an aspect of the Buddha that you're taking the vows with him. So maybe that's it. Like as I'm not real sure. I know that there's like a bodhisattva vow that
It is in Theravada.
instead of I believe that spans all. I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Or no, maybe
No,
it's
no,
in
no. If it's in
Mahayana.
Theravada,
I'm not
so
sure.
the Theravadas
I
have
don't know.
a vow.
I don't want to answer that. I don't want to
Okay,
answer because
okay,
I'm not sure. I'm
okay.
not sure. But I know in Mahayana there is a vow
It is in
that
Theravada.
you take to basically forego
Okay.
enlightenment to come back and help
No, no, no.
others
In
in the sense of
Theravada,
compassion. So like you're
so the Theravadas have
embodying
a vow. Okay,
ultimate compassion
okay.
by deciding to forego your cessation of rebirth to come back and help others achieve their cessation of rebirth.
Yes, yes, yes. That's very interesting, and that's the point I want to bring light to. Hold on for a second. Yeah, that's the point I want to bring light to, and the reason why I want to bring light to this point is that I see a close similarity to that sense of a bodhisattva that you just described, and you've attributed to more of the Mayanas tradition of Buddhism is parallels to me. I mean, not parallels, but it has a lot of. To me, there's a parallel. You said there's a definite comparability between that and our concept of the mujahid and I'm gonna cite this hadith, right? To me, there's a
Okay.
hadith, this hadith. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This hadith is a Sahih is a Sahih hadith, and it comes from and it comes from Sahih Bukhari, and it's also in the Musnad of Imam of the Musnad of Imam Rabi Ibn Habib. That's the Istiqamah collection. So I know this is I know this
Okay.
Sahih. I know this is one accepted by all the Muslims, right? Everybody in the Al Qibla accepted Sadiq, right? As narrated by Anas ibn Malik, Anas bin Malik, right? And he says the Prophet, peace and blessing be upon him, said, nobody who enters paradise likes to go back to the world, even if he got everything on the earth, except a mujahid who wishes to return to the world so that he may be martyred 10 times because of the dignity he receives. Anas bin Malik, right? And he says the Prophet, peace and blessing be upon him, said,
Hmm.
so who
So,
enters paradise
ooh, so
likes
that's
to go back to the
interesting.
world,
So how does that
even if
work?
he got everything on the earth. It's a
Like
desire.
upon
It's like it's a desire to keep coming back in this and it's really a mystical concept of fana, of when you die and come back to the world, like you dying in this world in this life. But it's
hmm.
like, but if you feel like you
So,
reborn, like in your life
ooh,
you
so that's
born. Like we
interesting.
believe
So how does
we
that
believe in
work?
rebirth in your lifetime. You know,
Like
well not rebirth, but
upon
you know what I'm trying to say, death and return. We believe in return. So
so is that is one able to achieve that, or is it just a
yeah,
a thought?
you could
So
achieve
you
return.
can. Mm,
It's
really?
called fana. Fana.
So you could die in this physical body and then come back?
No,
So
no, you're gonna do that anyway
is
on Yom
one able
Kiyama, right?
to
On
achieve
Kiyama, yes,
that, or is it just
yes.
a
We have something
what's
called
that?
Kiyama.
A
Kiyama
thought?
is the day of judgment. Is when
So you can.
when the people
Mm,
when humanity be raised from
really?
the dead and to stand judgment
Right, but
and
that's just like a holding period, right? Like you
no,
die, you go to the grave, and then you wait there until the day of judgment, and then you get judged, right?
yes,
Or no?
you
What's
emerge from
that?
the grave.
A thought. Okay,
Or the
so
day of judgment. Or
right,
I
but
mean, some
that
people might
means
interpret this as your soul. Some people might just interpret
right,
it as
but
your
that's
soul.
just like a
But whatever
holding period,
however you
right?
interpret it,
Like you
we
die, you go
resurrect.
to the
There's
grave,
a
and then
resurrection.
you
Qiyam even
wait
means to
there
standing
until
up.
the
This day
day
we
of
stand,
judgment, and then you
and
get
this day
judged,
we
right?
get judged
Or no?
and the
Okay,
judgment of our lives becomes
so
clear to us.
right, but that means okay. So you basically you're staying in the grave until your soul is brought up for judgment on the day of judgment.
You could interpret it like that. I can't say see anything wrong with that. You could interpret it like that. Yes.
Okay. So basically you're staying in nobody knows like how long the waiting period is
No,
or
nobody knows the hour. Nobody knows the hour, but it's the signs of the hour.
on the day of
Matter
judgment.
of fact, let me find the signs of the hour for you. That's a good thing. The signs of the
For
hour.
the yeah, so like right now, like or you could say historically, right? Everyone who has died has not been judged yet.
No, they've not been judged yet. They're not. Kiyama hasn't come yet. Well, it can come. See, look, see. Okay, okay. Put it like this. Put it like
For
this.
yeah, so
Kiyama
like
for us
right
now hasn't
now,
come yet,
like or you could
and
say
all I can tell you
historically,
is about
right?
us in this world as
Everyone
we live
who
it.
has
You
died
understand? Now, some things
has not
are
been
beyond me to
judged
know,
yet.
and I'm not gonna act like I know those things that are beyond me to know at this time, right?
Yeah, no, 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 no. I just want to know what it, according to your scriptures, like what is the like? I'm just trying to figure out the death process right now.
Yeah.
Like what's the process? Like
Like
so that's
there's
it.
no
It's
way we
like
can truly tell you the death process. It's like you know.
yeah, no, no, no,
Well,
no. I just want to know what it, according to your stories
no,
telling you
no,
that, right?
it
What is
tells
the
us the
like? I'm
process.
just trying
Okay,
to figure
well,
out
I'm
the
gonna go
death
back and look for the
process
verses
right
for
now.
us. I got a lot of homework to do. I gotta
Like
go back.
what's
I'm
the
gonna go back and look
process?
for the verses of the death process because I know you go there, your souls can be removed from your body. Okay. When you're in the grave, right? I know this, right?
Well, no, you're
When you're in the
booked
grave,
those though, right?
You're gonna
Mhm.
be questioned, right? You're gonna be questioned by two angels, right? One named Nakir, one named Munkar, right?
Mhm.
And those both names come from the same Arabic root, means to reject. So it's about the rejected and the rejector. So he's telling it's so the Keda Munkar
Mhm.
is to teach you what you is to tell you what you accepted and what
Mhm.
you rejected in your life. You understand? Because you're commanded to do the good and let go of the bad, right?
Mhm.
The Keda Munkar is they're gonna interrogate you in the grave, right? The angels gonna interrogate you, right? And they're gonna ask you about
Mhm.
Islam. They're gonna ask you about the Prophet, what you knew about him. You understand? They're gonna ask you. They're gonna ask you. What else they're gonna ask you? Let's see the questions they're gonna ask you. Wait. The questions on the grave. Okay. They're gonna interrogate you in the grave, right? The angels gonna interrogate you, right? Mukhar in Islam. Okay. Nakir Mukhar in Islam.
Mhm.
Okay. The questions in the grave. This is the questions in the grave, right? Muslims believe that after a person dies, his soul passes through a stage called barzakh, where it exists in the grave. The questioning will begin when the funeral and burial is over. Nikir and Munkar prop the deceased soul upright
Mhm.
in the grave. So that's kind of an upright because see that's a kiyama. That's a kiyama right there. That's a pre kiyama or that's kiyama happening in some certain ways even right when you die, right? And Nakira and
Mhm.
Munkar and kiyama meaning standing, right? And standing for judgment. Nakira and Munkar prop the deceased soul upright in the grave and ask three questions: Who is your Lord? What is your religion? Who is your prophet? The righteous believer will respond correctly, saying their Lord is Allah, that Muhammad is their prophet, and that their religion is Islam. If the deceased answers correctly, the time spent awaiting the
Mhm.
resurrection is pleasant and may enter heaven. Those who do not answer as described above are chastised until the day of judgment. There's belief that the fire of hell can be already seen in Barzakh, and that the spiritual pain caused by this can lead to purification of the soul. Muslims believe that a person will correctly answer the questions not by remembering the answers before death, but by their iman, faith, and deeds such as salah and shahada and the shahada Islamic version of faith. So it's like you understand what happens. So you're gonna be there, you
Mhm.
get the answer correctly, right? But in the day of judgment, right? Um, we know ultimately, even though see that's the point of being having being a Muslim and spreading the dawah of Islam, and so people could have a pleasant time in between their death and the day and judgment. You know what I'm saying? So that's why we do it because in the day of
Mhm.
judgment, the main thing is going to be this: is two sins God is not going to forgive that I know of for a fact, right? He's not going to forgive shirk, any type of shirk or any type of kufr in general. That means
Mhm.
any detraction from humanity. And the
Yeah.
other thing he's not gonna forgive is despairing in his mercy. You should never be despairing God's mercy because God's mercy is all you ever have. Never let go of the only thing you ever had in your life, right? So that is the two things that is going to be in Judgment Day. So Islam is to prepare our life from this day to the time we have in our grave and in the
Yeah.
life to come. It's the lifestyle that integrates our entire process of our souls of our soul's existence. You understand?
Mhm.
Yep. That is going to be in Judgment Day.
So
So
see,
Islam
to
is
me, like
to prepare our
that
life
to
from
that
this
like
day
sounded like
to
bardo
the time
to
we have in
me.
our grave and
Like
in the life to
bardo.
come.
It's a it's the Tibetan belief of like a waiting period before in between rebirths.
Mm.
So like these are like the periods where like people will like pray for you like crazy, and like sometimes they'll have like people stay, I think it's 49 days or 39, I can't remember the exact thing, the exact amount, but like sometimes they'll have like like a very high like spiritual like guy, either maybe like a very like high venerated monk or lama, um come like sit the entire time and pray like throughout day and night for those all those days. and dedicate the merit to your spiritual soul or your consciousness, so it experiences a pleasant rebirth. But yeah, it's like a waiting kind of period, and the Tibetan Book of the Dead, it's called, I think, Bardo Fodo or something. It kind of explains it in detail, and it says, like, after you die, when you're kind of in Bardo period, and you'll be tested,
The
and
Tibetan Book of the Dead,
you'll
it's called,
see
I think, Bardo
evil
Fodo or
visions
something. It
and
kind of
pleasant
explains it
visions,
in detail,
and
and
I
it
can't
says, like,
remember exactly how
after
it
you
goes,
die,
but
when you're kind of
like
in Bardo period,
they say, like, they
you'll
pray for you
be
not to be
tested,
scared of the evil
and
visions and not to
yeah,
follow the
you'll
evil
see.
visions. And I'm not saying it right, and I can't look it up at this second, but yeah, it's something like that. It's kind of like a not really a purgatory type of concept, but it's an intermediate state as well, between death and rebirth. So
Yeah. That's
yeah,
crazy. And that's see that's all comparability. It's all
hmm
comparability. You know, it's all comparability. The only thing that's of course the glaring. Hey, what's up? I'm popular. I'm popular. Send me a text you just on time. So yeah, watch out. What's up? I'm popular. I'm gonna say what's
Hi,
up to
peace,
everybody else.
Don.
Yep, yep. But
Peace to everyone in the chat. Mark
peace to
Smith,
everybody.
Iduki, and what is that?
You know, it's all
Hans
comparability.
24 Gym
The only thing that's
Fitness Canada.
of
Yeah,
course the
big
glaring
up
the
everyone in
glaring
the chat.
big
Thanks
up
for coming through.
Mark
But
too.
yeah, it is like
Wolf.
it's a
Hey, Wolf here too. What's up, Wolf? Watch out. What's up? I'm
hey
popular.
Wolf.
Yeah, what up, everybody? Mark Smith,
Big
Iduki.
up, big up.
Okay, yeah, yeah. So it's like a
Hans
purgatory, but I'm gonna
24
tell you the one.
Gym
Of
Fitness
course, the
Canada.
one glaring
Yeah,
difference, right,
big up everyone in the
is
chat.
that everything in
But
Islam
yeah, it is like it's a
is everything Islam is imbued
hey Wolf.
with that constant awareness
Big up,
of
big up.
the personal God who created the world, Allah. You know what I'm saying? So that's the one glaring difference in it. Is like
Fitness
is
Canada.
like what separates
Big up everyone in the
from
chat.
what I'm hearing right now about Buddhism and Islamic tradition, and no matter how comparable it
Hey Wolf.
is that our insistence on theocentric, for yeah, for the best word to be our theocentrism, is always showing, is always clear. So everything is built around, is a built around is built around confirming theocentrism. But that's the main difference in the thing, from what I'm seeing with Buddhism. But in many ways, it still comes up with comparable things. So it's like, what's the X factor that's making them comparable? Like, what's the X factor? That's what something we have to really find. Like, is the X factor the God that was always there, but they calling a different name? But I know it's controversial, but what I'm trying to say is like, or is it just the human condition and how people come to conclusions? It could just be the human condition and how people come to conclusions. But that's always an interesting thing, you know. It's always an interesting thing, and yeah, it's very comparable because that's where the time of the grave is going to be. The time of the grave is in between us and resurrection. So yes, and let's also yeah, and let me get back to that hadith. Yeah, so I said it's very similar to the way I see the Bodhisattva because, right? The way I see the Bodhisattva because the Bodhisattva is supposed to come help, and then but also the Mujahid is also supposed to come help. His job is to come help, and because it comes back to the world. So he's the one who wants to come back to the world while everybody else doesn't want to come back. So he's like a Bodhi. You know how you saying what you say the Bodhisattva? He makes an oath to not to end the cycle of rebirth and to come back, right? The mujahid is also supposed to come help. His job is to come help.
Yeah, correct.
And
Yep.
yeah, yeah. So the same way he even though he can even though he can go even though he can't reach nirvana, he still wants to come back to help other people. So it's a way of even getting is a but see, but for us though, that's actually a way to nirvana. It's hard. See, like that's why it's hard to understand the bodhisattva
Yeah, correct.
sometimes.
Yep.
'Cause I see the similarity, but then it's like if the ultimate goal of Buddhism is nirvana, why would you ever not
Give it
reach
up.
nirvana? Give it
Right.
up.
Because you're doing it as a act of selflessness, like as a, like you're
So
doing it
shouldn't you
out
just
of
be
like,
selfish the whole time, and that's the only way to nirvana? Isn't that like that's just like an extra step to the bodhisattva? You don't think about it to be like an extra step instead of just saying, I'm
give it
going
up.
for nirvana in this life and helping everybody as much as I can in this life until I hit
Because
nirvana in this life. Is it like a
you're
I
doing
don't know
it
because
as
that's the
a
same thing
act of
I would say with
selflessness,
Islam, but the only
like
difference
as
that makes
a,
it that
like
makes
you're doing it
we look
out
at it
of
different because it's like we know the ultimate goal is to serve Allah, so it's like we know
right.
there's a transcendent somebody you understand that makes it different, but it's like where is like what is your transcendent
Because
thing? What is your transcendent
you're
thing
doing it
that
as
you
a
doing? Okay, he said I'm
the
echoing. I'm echoing. How am I echoing?
doing it out of
Um, do I sound like an echo? That's what popular is telling me. I'm echoing.
I don't hear any kind of echo.
Hello, can you hear me now? You can hear me now, and it sounds good to you, right?
Yeah, I don't hear any echo at all. Maybe is it my I am in the kitchen and I'm sorry I'm making it might be the stove that you see in the background, like frying oil, frying dough. I don't hear any kind of echo.
Hello, can you
I
hear
don't
me
know. I
now?
don't
You can hear
hear
me
any
now, and it sounds
echoes.
good to you, right?
Yeah, I don't hear any echo at all. Maybe is it my I am in the kitchen and I'm sorry I'm making
Hey, hey,
might be the
Wolf telling me the
stove
echo was bad too. Wolf,
in the
both Wolf and
background,
Unpopular saying the echo was bad.
frying oil,
Oh man, I don't
frying
know.
dough.
How's my
All
echo
right,
bad?
hold on.
No, he said no.
I
Whose
don't know.
echo
I
is
don't
bad?
hear
Okay,
any
is it
echo.
me or everybody tell me in chat if it's me or Jen's
I don't hear any
or
echo
both.
at all. Maybe is it my I am in the kitchen and I'm sorry I'm making
Hey,
might be the
Wolf telling me the
stove
echo was bad too.
in
He
the
said the echo was
background,
mad distracting. The Carter said the echo was mad
frying
distraction.
oil,
Oh man, I don't
frying
know.
dough. All right, hold on.
How's
I
my
must
echo
have
bad?
something on the.
No, he said no. Where's the echo coming from? Everybody, if you can hear it, can you isolate it to some one person or is it both? Can you isolate it to one person?
Is it better now?
I don't know. Hey, chat. Say if it's better now.
Crazy echo. Oh my god, I didn't even know that. All right, let me see. Hopefully it's better now. I don't know.
Yeah, I hope it's better now. I mean,
Can anyone put a thumbs up real quick if it's
tell me
better
it's better
or
now. What up, Gurdeep? Okay, hey, the Carter said it's better.
hmm.
Okay, it says perfect. Hey, Unpopular said it's perfect. Hey, I'm popular. Hey, I want you to put comments on the live chat if you can. If unless something's wrong where you can't put it on the live chat, and then you can send me comments on Discord. But I'd rather you be on live chat with everybody else on the YouTube app or on the YouTube whatever. Get your comments on. I'm going to be looking at the comments on the live chat. So you can put your comments in the live chat. Unpopular. Like just the way we're doing. Okay, so yeah, this ain't Carter said it's better. Unpopular said it's better. So let's go.
All
Let's get it.
right. Sorry guys. Sorry about that. I didn't
Anyway, that's cool though. But we were talking. Where we left off was the issue about the bodhisattva and the and the
Mujahid.
and the mujahid, and why would the bodhisattva want to come back? Like, isn't it actually said why do you have to come back to be selfless? Like, so reaching nirvana is a form of selfishness. So Like would that mean reaching nirvana as a form of selfishness, and then the bodhisattva doesn't want to. So that means even the goal of, so is that saying that you have to recognize that even the goal, Jen,
Yeah, yeah,
hey, if you're not talking, hey, you might put your thing on mute when you don't talk.
yeah.
Yeah, because your background, yeah, like when you're not talking, you can put on mute, and then yeah, just like that. So and then when you're talking, then you can put it back on. Anyway, yeah, anyway, yeah. So the bodhisattva is just like is just like a person that he doesn't want the goal because wanting the goal itself, and so he has to keep coming back. So is almost like do you feel like the person is almost, you could say, he's tricking himself into nirvana, or which, I mean, I kind of get it. I kind of get it, but it's like
No, I
it's like,
wouldn't say that it's selfish, right? It's not selfish to free yourself from suffering, like by any means. Like it's not selfish to reach enlightenment or to reach nirvana, right? So like it's
is the desire selfish? Is the desire to do so selfish?
no, because it's a wholesome goal. Like that's a wholesome desire. But the thing is like, okay, so it's like either you have the choice of, let's say, going to heaven or coming back and helping 10 people get to heaven. Like it's kind of comparable to that. So not that going to heaven is bad by any means or selfish by any means, right? But to choose to come back and forego that is a further act of compassion for humanity. It's like a bonus. It's not a step down, it's an addition. you know Sorry, I gotta mute for a second.
No, no, that's an addition. So okay, okay, it sounds good. Sounds good. I mean, that's the addition. So, with that being said, yeah. So it's just like, that's the way you describe it is great. I can't even add to it. I mean, that's the same way I see the mujahid. I mean, so the same way I see the mujahid. So because the mujahid is what? The prophet said, peace and blessing upon him. Nobody who enters paradise likes to go back to the world, even if he had everything on earth, except the mujahid who wished to return to the world so that he may be bartered 10 times because of the dignity he received. So it's the same thing going on. So that's a high level of comparability, and that's what we're all supposed to strive to be anyway, as Muslims anyway, because the jihad is both inner and outer. So we all of us are mujahids, no matter how you slice a Muslim. It's the jihad is part of your life. So that's a great thing that we could all that you see that, because it shows you the lifestyle that it imposes a change on the person. It's like a whole change of life that you just giving up this world, giving up, oh, the same way the bodhisattva gives up a desire, is the same thing. Like it shows it shows the healing that comes from detachment. But we detach from the world and attach to God. You know what I'm trying to say? So it's not like we detach from it. We had total detachment. We have someone that we attach to. We just don't attach to what's transient. We attach to what's eternal. You understand? So we look at but y'all kind of different because y'all don't have that attachment, that personal attachment. So that's where the difference comes in. But it's just weird. I'm not weird, but it's just like it's just a strange. It's just like it just, to us. It's just like, why? It's almost like we're so used to the personal attachment it's just so it's so alien to us not to personally attach to God. It's such an alien thing, you know. Jen, you hear me?
Yeah, I definitely get what you're saying, and I'm sorry, like I said, I'm just finishing up in the kitchen.
Okay.
Yeah, I definitely get, what you're saying, but again, I think it has to do with that personalization, the attribute, the application of attributes and things like this, and desires and needs, and to what people give as that. So I think that's where like we're not supposed to be attached to these concepts, to these perceptions and ideas, and like mental formations of anything. Never mind, just the absolute itself, which is the oneness that's inconceivable. It's you
No,
can't
what you say?
perceive it.
What you
You
said?
know.
Hey, did you call it the oneness that's inconceivable? The oneness?
Yeah, it should be inconceivable, right?
No, but you called
It
it
should
oneness, right? You called it
Yeah.
oneness, right? So is
Yeah, the
oneness a
whole oneness
conception?
and suchness that we've been, well, in our human limitations, we have to
Oh
label it as such, right?
no, you said oneness or none. Okay, what are you saying now? You saying oneness?
Yeah, the oneness, that we've been talking about the whole book, the suchness and the dharma
Oh, this is
vidya,
suchness. I didn't have
the
no, but
essence, the
yeah, but
what
I
you
didn't.
would call God, what you would call God.
Yeah, but I never heard the Buddhist side call it oneness yet.
Oh, yeah.
I never heard the
Yeah.
Buddhist side call it oneness. So they call it oneness.
I mean, they know the dharma is one, like it's one, it's one ultimate dharma, like
They no no no.
it's one
How did
wheel,
they know
it's
that?
one
No, for
wheel.
real. No, because
Huh?
there's something you got to explain to me. You got to explain to me. How did they know it was oneness? Because this is interesting. Because this comes to the heart of this. This comes to the heart of the matter. How does Buddhism know ultimately the Dharma is oneness? How did they know that?
Because of the interconnectivity of all things, like the interdependent. I don't know exactly, like
Okay.
technically, like epistemologically, like I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure that in his realization of the nature of things during his enlightenment, this is where he realized that to see things as separate are is a wrong view, right? So to see things, um, what was that one thing where we read, and it's like to see the Buddha as separate or um, divided or different or something, then this isn't like the right way to see it. I can't remember the scripture we were talking about. It was one of the passages from in the book that we're reading. So I believe that during his enlightenment, then that was his realization of transcending the physical into um, shunya, to the void, to the oneness. How did he know about shunya? I don't know. I don't know. It's through
No, but so shunya it means oneness or the void. But
shunya
I'm
is
trying to
the
get where.
void, but there's only one shunya. Like there's not multiple shunyas. You can't have multiple voids if it's a void itself. Like the void in itself is can only be one, right? If it was two, then it wouldn't be a void. It would be something different, right? You
No,
can't have no?
no. What
Okay.
I'm saying is that no. You're right. No, you're right. I didn't mean no. You're wrong. I mean no, as in like
Mm.
how are you saying it's the one? So are you telling me that the shunya is God or can be comparable to God? That's what I'm saying. No, because I'm trying to hold. I basically meant hold up. Is the shunya God? Can the shunya
So
be
see,
called
the
God?
difference is we would say shunya is empty, and you would not say God was empty. So I guess that would be the divide. But in what we would
Yeah,
say
yeah.
empty means it's empty from from all labels and perceptions and concepts and feelings, which is the same thing. So
And we'll
I'm
say he's full of
assuming,
transcendence. And we'll say he's full of transcendence.
right, right. So
So it's like we're saying the same it's like we're saying the exact opposite. We're saying the same thing, but it's the opposite, or is that we're saying the exact opposite thing? We're saying opposites. You're saying is a void, and we're saying he's the opposite of void. He's infinite.
right, right.
So your ultimate oneness is voidness, and our ultimate oneness is infinitude.
Yeah, I wish I had someone who knew more. Like, I don't know.
Like, we doing good, but it's really interesting. This is a really interesting philosophical question.
Mm. Big up Miss Sheena Mason in the house. So yeah, I don't know, when I get back to my computer, which will only be about 5 more minutes. Um, yeah, I want to look that up. Like, I want to look into that. So what would be the question? Is the is
Hey, Dr. Machina. As I call her, I'll be like Dr. Machina. Dr. Machina. Hey, she did good. She did a show today about racistness. Everybody, click on Sheena Mason, subscribe to her channel, go watch her videos, and get and go get yourself an education. Go get yourself an education. She's a PhD. She's got a PhD. She's schooling y'all about the theory of racistness. Check out her material on racistness. She's part of the team with critical African thinkers and the team I'm with and Jen's with by proxy with being with all of us. She's our buddy too. You know, she's with us. She's Dr. Sheena Mason, and she got a lot to say. So everybody, check out Dr. Mason.
yeah, for sure. Big up. Thank you for coming through. Thank you. You both can be right. Yeah, I think so. Like, I think so. It's just how we personally choose to perceive it, right? Or how we choose to picture it or know it, or how we choose to cling to it, I guess you could say, is the difference, right? Because you can choose to have a different perception of it. um
Yeah, unpopular said wholeness would be key. Wholeness. What do you think about that? Wholeness.
Wholeness.
Can you be a
So
whole void?
that's the opposite of emptiness, right?
Yeah.
Wholeness.
Can you be a whole void? A whole void?
I don't think so.
Is that possible to be a whole void? You a whole void? Is that possible? A whole void,
So.
man. Because Islam thinks in the wholeness aspect about God, but Buddhism thinks in the nothingness aspect about God, in the emptiness, the void. But can you be a whole void? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Can it be a mystical God, the whole void? In Buddhism,
I don't know, like, what is it whole of? Like, so if it was whole, meaning complete or all
complete
inclusive,
emptiness.
all encompassing.
It includes all nothingness. All nothingness is it.
Is that like a
Everything
double
is
negative or something?
everything is
Or
not it. Everything is
hold on,
not it.
I can unmute for 2 minutes. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah, everybody. Yeah, that's my concepts right now. Wholeness would be key. Yeah. Um. So, Mr. College, what's up, Mr. College? 2019. I mean 2016. Mm-hmm. So yeah, Jen's about to be back soon, and we're gonna get this in, get it in. Islam versus Buddhism. So that's my thing. So that's what a mujahid does. A mujahid and jihad it has many meanings. Let's look at the inner jihad. What all the Muslims supposed to do. Okay, abstract. This is from the question of jihad. The term jihad comes from the word jihad, meaning to struggle and to strive, and its derivatives, but never the term jihad itself have been mentioned 40 times in the Quran, the holy book of Muslims. The terms mujahidun and mujahideen are subject nouns of jihad, of jihad, which have also been used in the contemporary world in Afghanistan and other places. There is now clearly a distinct military slant to jihad. Fundamentalist Islamists appear to preach jihad as an armed struggle against those it considers the enemies of Islam. To be clear, there are two aspects to the concept of jihad: the lesser outward jihad and the greater inward jihad. Outward is also called zahir in Arabic, and inward is also called batin in Arabic. Though they are interrelated, it is important to bear in mind the distinction between the two. The lesser jihad is defined by the Prophet himself. It reports to the material and physical activities that are directed towards a godly cause. External battles, whether military or otherwise, fall into this category. The Ottoman Sultan proclamation of that's going to history. Then the Ottomans so this proclamation of jihad against Britain, France, and their allies in World War I was an instance of military less jihad. But, yeah, but that's more because the caliph was using it. Whereas saying the extortion was a religious political statement deriving its authority from Sharia, the legal code of Islam, which has traditionally been exclusive domains of jurisprudence. The political and military impact of lesser jihad is derived from its religious orientation, though the religious value of jihad is somewhat dependent of its political weight. This may indicate the predominance of jurisprudence in Islamic sciences in recent history. In this respect, okay, that's a good thing you say because actually the Islamic jurisprudence, the process of deriving Islamic jurisprudence also had the same root word as jihad, and and that word that means to extrapolate the Islamic law or the Sharia is called ijtihad. Ijtihad. So yeah, that's an interesting thing that they wrote on Springer Link about the nature of jihad. Let me see what's going on in the chat. Jen comes back. So wholeness, so health will be key. Okay, yeah. If you're speaking toward directed towards health and popular health will be key, yeah. I mean, that's what even Islam means. It means sanity. It comes from the word salamat to mean sanity. So, and and it implies health. Like Sahi, like those words, we use those words. That's what it implies. So that is what we're looking for. We both looking for healthiness. If you want to say that healthiness, I mean, I like Jen's opinion when she comes back about healthiness. Well, let me go find about the Kaaba. Yeah, let me see the Kaaba.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Why
One
say this
second.
call
Hold
will
on.
end in 10 minutes?
Hmm?
Never mind. I don't know what's going on.
Your call ends in 10 minutes. Upgrade to Google Workspace to individual. What? What's up?
Do you want your dog clothes?
Do what? What is this talking about? Workspace to individual? Is Meets like not free anymore or something?
You trying to get everybody during Corona time or something?
Free users can do one-to-one video chats for 24 hours, and group calls are capped at 100 participants and a 60-minute duration. At 55 minutes, you'll get a warning message. Google's paid account offering. Wow, really?
Have we
Google
been
Meet
24
puts the
hours on this already?
clamps on free mute. Oh my god.
Have we even done 24 hours yet?
No. I think they mean like added plans and pricings. This is crazy. Are you serious? Premium video. Google Workspace individual. You only get 20 foot. What? I don't understand this. Meeting length 24 hours?
Yeah, but we didn't. I mean, we haven't been on for 24 hours. We haven't been on for 24 hours on the Google Meet. So how many episodes on Google Meet? Two? Like 4 hours at most? Like a little bit over 4 hours each?
Yeah.
Like we probably didn't do 9 or 10. We didn't do 10 whole hours yet.
This is so frustrating. All right, maybe it's 14-day trial. You'll be charged $8 a month. What? Are they serious right now? Like, I don't understand. Is it gonna cut us off? Am I gonna have to restart like the stream? Like I don't know what to do.
I don't know either. Hold on. How long has it been? It's been like at least 5 minutes already, right?
Yeah, it says it ends in what?
Oh, it's counting down on your end.
6 minutes. Yeah, your call ends in 6 minutes. This is crazy. How come it didn't do this last time?
I don't know. We've only been on for how many hours?
We're almost an hour. Like we're just coming up on it. In 6 minutes, it'll be an hour. That's what I'm.
Yeah, but
I could do a stream a Discord call.
remember this go call?
Yeah, instead of the meet, I could just get on. Like, we could do a Discord call. Um,
Okay. What's whatever?
I could put that up. Oh my,
Have you done
it's so
Discord call before?
frustrating. I mean, I tried it, but let me see.
No, whatever it is, because ain't nobody want to pay for nothing. So whatever it is for free, because this is a free. This is a it's just we just making it happen. However you make it happen, we're gonna make it happen.
Mm. This is really frustrating. Mm. All right, I'm sorry, guys. I'm just trying to see what's going on here. Um,
And what's up? Why so religious? Um, why so religious? And hey, yeah, jihad does mean the most peaceful definition of That's actually what it means. Jihad is peace. Jihad is Islam. Okay, so it's peace. Yep. It's a jihad is commonly translated as nothing to worry about. You're right. There's nothing to worry about. Why so religious? Jihad, nothing to worry about. Cause I was like, we got 10 minutes. I thought Google Meet. Yeah, I didn't know you paid for Google Meet. That's why I got
I
streaming.
don't. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I. Okay, more focus, full screen, pop out. So I could do pop out window. Um, all right. Input window. Yeah, I didn't know, like, dude, this was happening to. All right, Discord, stream chat. All
Okay.
right, okay. Let me see. Need an audio. All right, we're gonna have to check the audio.
So what we do?
The call ends in under a minute. All right, just jump on the
Discord.
in the server. It's under stream chat. Stream chat. It's under
Okay
stream
then.
chat in the server.
Okay.
All right. All right, I'll be over there. I'm already over there, so just jump
All
in
right.
there.
Yeah, let me get over there then.
All right. What the hell?
Jen. Jen, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Jen, can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So
All
we're
right,
on
can
live on
you
YouTube right now.
can yeah. Can the YouTube hear us? Hold on. Somebody type in the chat if you guys can hear us. Let me just this is bullshit. Um
They can see us too.
yeah, I got the Discord call is
Can
up
you hear me?
there. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So
All
we're
right,
on live on YouTube right now.
yeah. Can the YouTube hear us? Hold on. Somebody type in the chat if you guys can hear.
Okay, that's tight. So we can stream off
All right,
Discord.
cool. All right, so Carter, you could
Wow.
hear us? All right, cool. Pick up.
So we got to share screen to get the video, right? To get the book, we can share screen, right?
Yeah, let me do that. Hold on.
Hi everybody, look at me.
Hey. All right, there's the book. Discord. Go to the chat, stream chat, share screen. Can you see it? It's in the call now.
Yeah, watch. Yep, it's
Okay.
that's crazy. We could do it on Discord. That's crazy. That's tight. We ain't need nobody.
Nope. You know that's right.
We need nobody. Hey, we gangsters.
Yeah, fuck all y'all paying for shit. Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
cussing.
we not playing for nothing.
No,
Nothing.
we ain't paying for
Not a thing.
nothing.
Do it on Discord. Hey. This excites me just now. Yeah, this excites me. We got to join on Discord. That joint just excites me because it's just it's resourceful. Good thing. Ain't it? This is tough.
All right, let's see if I can make this a little bigger. There we go. All right, how's that? Good?
Yeah, if you could make it bigger, can you make it a little bigger than that?
Let me see. Oh yeah, I could just put the book tab up. That's right. Okay. OBS. Where are we at? There we go.
Okay, where we at exactly? Where we at? Let me see. I'm gonna join.
I can't
Okay.
remember what page we left off on. Oh, we are at part 3, and
We at subtle polytheism. I think we might be a subtle. Is it page 84 on the bottom? Page 109. See if it's 109. 109 but 84. Okay, 84/109.
mm,
In the middle of that part. Is it was it subtle? Was we at the subtle polytheism?
yep.
Yep. That because that's what I left off on my tablet. So yep.
All right, perfect.
This is beautiful, man. I'm loving this discourse. The only thing about it is that the only people who come join us in the end is people like is people on our Discord.
Yeah, I mean, I can drop it in, and then like you have to have the book club um role to get in there. So yeah, if anybody wants to jump in, I'll put the Discord link at the end, and or yeah,
Hey,
when we're
so
ready to open it up.
I got a book club role. So how do you get it?
I gave it
Do
to you, but yeah, you
you
could.
give it?
Yeah, but you could go to it's in pick your activity roles. It's up at the under rules, and then you just check off the little thing with the book, and it will
So what's all that
automatically
activity? So it's something. So okay. So you check it with the book that automatically does what?
gives you the role. It's like select your own role. So like you could roll
Yeah.
yourself if you just react with the
So what's all the
emoji.
roles? What's all the roles? Because I'm a book
Um
so
there's
because
meditation and yoga.
and what does the roles do?
It gives you access to the voice and the text channels that those activities are under.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm in the book club. Okay. Now I don't even know if I'm in the book because I remember no I don't know because I remember it saying something about so the book so the book so the book chat. Okay, I'm in the book club. Okay, I see. Okay.
Yeah, you
Okay.
should be
Okay.
able to see book spot and then book chat.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
that
Yeah.
was from when I wanted to like originally do this in the server, but we're in stream chat right now because I have this one. I was messing around with OBS settings before, so this one I have locked. It's it goes into streamer mode, so that's why we're here instead of book chat. So it's just a little different because the book chat will be for when we discuss inside the server, and then this one will be like streaming.
Okay. No, hold on. So what are you saying? So this the stream chat is different, but the reason why you don't put it on the book chat is because you want to chat just for streaming, right? When you
Well, this voice chat is like the audio and everything is already set up through my OBS,
okay
so my streaming service. So I don't have to like, go put any things in already. Like if I wanted to stream a different voice chat, I think I'd have to add in the audio source and all of that crap that's, where it's already done on
okay
this channel. So,
okay. No, so I mean, if you're gonna stream, since no matter what it is, you might as well just use this as your streaming as your streaming chat for anything you stream because it's all going to go on Jenna Wallace anyway, right? It's the
yeah,
same thing
yeah.
anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't even
Well, yeah, I think
it
I'll just use this from now on because this is working
yeah,
and this is
what,
fine. So.
yeah. And that's what you're using it for is streaming. So I mean, you just stream everything. And this and you already know exactly where to go because it says stream on it. You know.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
So,
Perfect.
okay. Let's get it in. Let's get it in, everybody. Let's get it in. Subtle polytheism. You ready for the jam?
Yeah, actually, let me grab a. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, we're ready. Sorry, I'm sorry, you guys. I have like family here, and I'm telling them like, you guys, I got a book club. I gotta do. So I was just saying goodbye. Okay, subtle polytheism.
Yep.
These subtle relationships and causal connections are the lifeblood of the suffering which flows from the impermanence of all things. They point to the condition of mutual arising or interdependent causation. Oh, pratyasamuppada, which characterizes the outer world, and attachment to the which generates suffering in the soul. So this key psychological insight to the human condition is of immense practical value in terms of Buddhist-Muslim dialogue.
Yep, yep. You remember how we came back to the what we all have in
The
common is the
condition.
human condition. Yep,
Yeah, yeah.
the condition.
If the aim of such dialogue is to go beyond merely establishing formal resemblances as regards ethical teachings on the plane of social relations, and give rise instead to a process of mutual illumination on the level of spiritual insight into the human condition. More specifically, the acute and penetrating insights fashioned by Buddhist stress on anicca can help Muslims bring into sharper focus those teachings within the Quran and Sunnah which pertain to the necessity of zuhd, or detachment with regarding the world. These teachings can be divided into two categories: overt, relating to the evanescence of life of this world, and subtle, relating to a complex and calibrated apprehension of the meaning of idolatry and disbelief. On the overt plane, we can observe clear parallels with the Buddhist teaching of impermanence. For example, in the Dhammapada, we read, "The wise do not call a strong fetter that which is made of iron, of wood, or of rope. Much stronger is the fetter of passion for gold and for jewels, for sons or for wives." This clearly echoed in such verses of the Quran as the following: "Know that the life of the world is only play and idle talk and pomp, and boasting between you, and rivalry and wealth and children, as the likeness of vegetation after rain, whose growth is pleasing to the farmer, but afterwards it dries up and you see it turning yellow, then it becomes straw." The Buddhist reference to the world as a bubble of froth, Dhammapada 170 cited above, evokes the following Quranic image: "He sends down the water from the sky so that valleys flow according to their measure, and flood bears swelling foam from that which they smelt in the fire in order to make ornaments and tools. There There rises a foam like it. Thus does God strike a similitude to distinguish the true and the false. Then, as for the foam, it passes away as scum upon the banks, while as for that which is useful to mankind, it remains in the earth." It's 13 and 17. Turning.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, all this is good. I mean, he's doing good. He's giving similarities and things like that, and
Mhm.
commonalities, and yeah, yeah. He's doing good and again, you know why we could do this? Because that is one of the X factors. The one X factor we've noticed was the human condition,
Mhm.
and the spiritual insight. That's what we are looking for. So it's like these is good where he's going with it. All right, Jen, you keep going. I just want to reemphasize that one thing that we have found is no matter what, we both dealing with that. Everybody's dealing with that. That's the one commonality we all have, regardless of anything.
Right,
Anyway.
right. Okay. Turning to the more subtle type of Quranic teaching, let us note that these teachings are brought into sharper focus by the Buddhist perspective on impermanence. Of such more specifically, the deeper meanings and implications of such cardinal vices are rendered clearer in the light of the Buddhist stress on the way in which ignorance of impermanence as seed produces attachment to ego. With all the vices that result from such egotism as its fruit, as seen above in the Sutta Nipada, verse 804 to 807, one no longer resides in the house of one's ego as soon as one grasps that everything that one apparently possesses will be taken away. By death is put away even that of which one thinks, "This is mine own." So seeing, let not one devote himself to selfishness. One observes a subtle allusion to this deluded condition in several passages of the Quran. Indeed, in the one which we shall look at below, the condition in question is described in terms of the cardinal sins of shirk and kufr, just like you said before. These sins are ascribed to those who are formally defined as believers. We thus come to see that these sins, far from being exhausted by their literal, overt dimensions, in fact refer to subtle and complex psychological states, so clearly highlighted in the Buddhist perspective.
No, but okay, look, let me stop. Yes, I mean, he's right about that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he's trying to make it seem as if Islam is not okay. Islam is a psychological religion. It's about we're dealing with psychological states when we talk about these things in Islam. It's not literal.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, everybody knows unless you're just really ignorant and want to be and want to be really thick. That the Quran is talking about psychological states when it's talking about almost everything it's speaking of. That's why I say it's a mystical book, but it's really a psychological book. You understand?
Mm.
So it's like this. That's what the whole thing is. But so that's the only thing is that you know he turning to the most subtle teachings. Yeah, yeah, yeah. See, teaching about a more sharper view, but I mean, I don't get. I mean, I don't get why he thinks that the Buddhist view brings it into sharper view than the Islamic view of the permanent. Because see, our religion is based on the permanence of the Creator. It's not built on. It's focused on the permanence of the Creator. So not everything is temporalness. So I can see how it's comparable, but I don't see how we're trying to make it seem as if that you looking at it is not. He doesn't put enough. The argument he's making that if you looking at it from looking at Islamic teachings from a Buddhist perspective is making it more clear. I can't see the real evidence for it. He's just saying that, he's just asserting it, but it's like he's trying to give a platitude to the Buddhists. And I'm not saying Buddhism should not be. I'm not saying Buddhism shouldn't be praised, but if you're gonna do an analysis, you got to do it accurately, and I can't see how you necessarily saying that looking at the Islamic teachings from a Buddhist perspective gives you more insight on the Islamic teachings. I can't get it. I can't co-sign that particular point that he's trying to drive in like that. And keep going, Jen. Let's go. That's what I said on that part. Hey, Jen, you there? I can't hear you, Jen. If you're reading, I can't hear you. Yo, you mute yourself. I can't hear you. Can you hear me? Hey, can you hear me, Jen?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, yeah. You was on mute. You was on mute for a minute.
No, I don't know.
Hello?
I wasn't on mute. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. I didn't hear you before. Can you
Maybe
hear me?
my yeah. Maybe my headphones ripped out for a minute. Shit.
Yeah,
Okay.
something that happened. We didn't hear you for a minute. We didn't hear you until
Okay.
we didn't hear you until the part we left off. Like we didn't hear you until the to the so clearly highlighted in Buddhist perspective. Yeah, that's where we left off.
Okay. Okay. So that's what I was saying. I was responding to what you got from it. So I don't think that he's saying you understand it better from a Buddhist perspective. I think what he said is those complex psychological states are clearly highlighted. So he's talking about the states, not so much you know, the definitions. So yeah, okay. So this is a passage from the chapter called "The Cave," Al-Kahf, 18, verse 32
Hey,
through
hold on a second.
42.
Hold on for a second. Okay, the reason why I said it too, because I started from where you began, right? I
Mm.
said, let us note that these teachings are brought into sharper focus by the Buddhist perspective on impermanence. So, so that's how I started with it. So I'm like, I don't see how the Quranic teachings are brought into sharper focus by the Buddhist perspective, because that's how you started the argument. So you have to factor that in too.
Okay, so turning to more subtle type, let us note that these teachings are brought into sharper focus by okay. So well maybe he's saying that this
That's the way you built the argument. That's why I was looking at the argument from the beginning of the argument to how you built it up.
okay. All right. So let's we're
Yeah. Okay. In the reading we had
where did I stop? Like why am I bugging out?
yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah. The reading we had. So this passage clearly entitled the calf. So that's the part we're gonna start reading. This passage clearly. This passage. It's on It's on It's on 86, but on the top of 86.
Okay. All right. Coin for them a similitude. Two men unto one of whom we had assigned two gardens of grapes, and we had surrounded both with date palms, and had put between them tillage. Each of the gardens gave its fruit, and withheld nothing. And we caused a river to gush forth therein, and he had fruit. And he said to his comrade, when he spoke with him, I am more than you in wealth, and stronger in respect of men. And he went into his garden, thus wronging himself. He said, I do not think that all this will ever perish. I don't think that the hour will ever come. And if indeed I am brought back to my Lord, I surely shall find better than this as a resort. His comrade, when he spoke with him, exclaimed, Do you disbelieve in him who created you of dust and a drop, then fashioned you a man? But he is God, my Lord, and I ascribe unto my Lord no partner. If only, when you had entered your garden, you had said, That which God wills will come to pass. There is no strength save in God. Though you regard me as less than you in wealth and children, yet it may be that my Lord will give me something better than your garden, and will send it on a boat from heaven, and some morning it will be a smooth hillside, or some morning its water will be lost in the earth so that you cannot search for it. And his fruit was beset with destruction. Then he began to wring his hands for all that he had spent upon it, when now it was all ruined on its trellises, and to say, Would that I ascribe no partner to my Lord.
Okay,
Uh,
everybody. That's on the cave. That's on calf. That's on calf is the 18th sword verses 32 to 42. So thanks, Maduki for putting that in the chat. Yes. And what's up? And this is live. This is live. Saint James or James. What's up, James? How you doing?
Pick up James Jones, man. My G, you know what I'm saying? All right. Ethics of detachment and compassion. So, what is to be noted here is that the proud and boastful owner of the orchards is a believer in God. At least overtly and formally, he believes in his Lord. He speaks of returning to his Lord and is aware, at some level at least, that the hour, the end of his life, and that of the cosmos, the day of judgment, and then eternity, is a reality that cannot be evaded. He believes, though, that even if he is returned to God, he will receive something even more satisfying as a resort. Yet, despite his knowledge and apparent faith in God, his attitudes are described in terms of idolatry and belief. He falls into shirk and kufr because his ignorance of the impermanence and ultimately illusory nature of his possessions. His
I
comrade.
mean, yes, yeah. I mean, yeah. But is so? I mean, it's not. He's trying to make the argument look more Buddhist than it might be, but he's not. I mean, but he's not stretching it too bad. I gotta let him rock.
So what he's trying to say is that like the guy, because he said this, I'll always have my garden, right? Like I'll, is that where was shirk? What you
No, see, but I don't
say?
know how this. He has to
Uh,
explain it more, but it's like this. It's like okay, hey, okay,
I
let's
do
finish the
not
paragraph
think
and talk
that.
about it.
Okay,
Let's finish the paragraph and then we'll go over it again.
okay.
We'll talk about it.
Yet
Where his
despite,
comrade.
oh,
No,
where
his
was it?
comrade. Yeah, his comrade.
Okay, his comrade, a humble believer, remonstrates with him, not in relation to his pride and boasting, but in relation to his subtle disbelief. Do you disbelieve in him who created you of dust and a drop, then fashioned you a man? The vices of boastfulness and exultation in one's possession are here grasped at their root as manifestations of kufr and not just kibr, pride. For his part, the true believer affirms, but he is God, my Lord, and I ascribe unto Lord no partner. The strong implication here is this: your attitude, by contrast, not only manifests disbelief in God, but it also implies that you ascribe unto God a partner, thus becoming a mushrik or polytheist. The implications are confirmed by the words of the owner of the gardens after he sees them ruined. Would that I had ascribed no partner to my Lord.
I mean, he's making a good valid point. His point is valid.
Okay.
He's using strong evidence. He's using strong evidence. He's making it sound Buddhist, but hey, there's comparability. There might be this comparability. There's comparability. I mean, and I told you the striking difference is the real striking difference between them is the theocentricity of Islam and the not so theocentricity of Buddhism. But there's a lot of comparability. But yet we still come into similar comparable strategies or formulas. So it just tells you that both are attacking the same condition and they're both coming up with comparable antidotes to the human condition. You know what I'm saying? Or
Mm,
anecdotes to the human condition. You know.
okay. Um,
Because I mean, he used clear evidences and he defended it well. He made a simple point, and he did come strong. He used strong Quranic evidences for this one. I don't like the part that he said before, but the last point I
so
can't really
just
deny.
because the guy said that his garden will never perish is shirk? How is that
Is
described?
because
See, I
if
don't
because I'm gonna tell
understand
you. Let me tell you
where.
why. I'm gonna tell you why. Let me tell you why. Right? Because kufr also means ungratefulness. It means if you're not worshiping God in absolute fear and hope and in total gratefulness, you're not really worshiping Him. You might say you are, but you're just worshiping your mind, and it's like you're letting your own subjectivity blind you. Because shirk is also, I mean, kufr. The root of shirk is kufr, right? And kufr itself is ungratefulness to God. It means to cover. It originally meant to cover stuff as an agricultural term, and it originally meant to cover stuff. Like if you cover a seed or cover a plant, but then it was an archaic word. It eventually started implying to cover the truth. As a matter of fact, Jews use the same word for apostates. From apostates to Judaism, they use the same root word, and they say comfort. They say comfort for an apostate of Judaism. So and so the implication is denying the truth, and it also means ungratefulness. It means and denying the truth, meaning denying the truth of where your blessings comes from. It comes from God, and who could take it away is like you resting on the condition God gave you, but you're not resting on the identity of God Himself. You need to rest in your connection to God, and not no status or not no or not no blessing He gives you, because your blessings come and go. But He says the same. If you know, I mean, our blessings our blessings. We have to recognize our blessings are relative to the source of our blessing. That being most important. That being the exaltation of God Almighty. Blessed be His name.
Mm, okay, I guess. Um,
Yeah, that's the kind. He's talk. It's really kufr, but it's like kufr is yeah, because it's like you're not making if you're not making Him your Lord, you're in effect you're in fact making someone else your Lord, or in fact worshiping yourself. It's almost like if you're not making Him your Lord, you have to basically everybody has to sort of worship. But it's like what do you? It's almost like slavery is a condition, but are you God's slave or what? It's almost like I mean it's hard to I'm trying to it's like everybody's worship something. You might not call it worship, but you're worshiping something, and you're supposed to be worshiping the right thing. Like focus on yourself. Like all vanity is like kufr. Like vanity, like basically yes, all vanity is kufr.
okay. So
Yeah,
vanity. All right. So
yeah, all
all
vanity
right.
is kufr.
I could get that. I could get that. All right. So the God of desire. Disbelief in God and ascribing partners to Him, therefore, are not simply questions of denying His existence and overtly setting up some stones and statues to worship instead of Him. Rather, one can delude oneself into thinking that one's a true believer on the basis of some purely mental or verbal attestation of belief, while in fact being dominated by states of mind and being which belie that belief, and which indeed belie one's religion, even if one is accomplishing its formal rites. This in the Quran, which is given in the following short chapter. I'm sorry, this is the mess. I don't know what's going on. This is the message which is given in the following short chapter of the Quran entitled Small Kindnesses, Al Ma'un 107, verse 1 through 7. Have you observed him who belies religion? That is the one who repels the orphan, who urges not feeding of the poor. So woe unto worshippers who are heedless of their prayer, who would be seen at worship, yet refuse small kindnesses. I like that.
Yeah, yeah,
I like that.
and the concept of this, see, and see, because kufr, right? Kufr comes in two main categories, right? It can be more than that, but I'm gonna make it simple. Two main categories. Kufr comes in shirk, right? I mean polytheism, attributing partners to God, worship anything but God. It also nifaq. Nifaq means hypocrisy. That's where we get the word munafik or hypocrite from. So these are the two
Mm,
main types of shirk. I mean, All shirk in a way is also called, we'll also call it kufr naima, meaning ungratefulness to the blessings of God. So all these things fall under ungratefulness to the blessings of God. Hypocrisy and not worshiping God, or having partnership to God, is all, kufr. That's all kufr naima, or ungratefulness to the blessings of God. So, and even being agnostic, or being anything except affirming Him, you have to give Him the credit, and you got to say He's real, and you got to attest to Him and testify to to his his providence over your life. That's what Islam is about. Testifying is making His name the highest. So it's hard for us to detract from that. And the reason I'm adding to this is that even our friend Victor, right? Victor Carter said, hold on, wait, hold on, what's wrong with that? Okay, Victor Carter says, yeah, once you put down the God concept, Mr. Pelu, Buddhism is on truth. But to us, God is the truth. It's like you can't put it down. It's like it's so hard. It's not. We cannot and still be within the Islamic framework of thinking. You can't put that down. So that's just the thing. But yeah. So that is the point of that. So yeah. Okay, we keep going.
Okay. So this is more than simply a question of religious hypocrisy, overtly believing in Islam while secretly disbelieving in it. Rather, one can see that these worshippers may indeed be convinced of Islam at the level of belief and outward action, while de facto violating its spiritual substance by their vice of miserliness, which manifests their egotism. It is this egotism which effectively takes place of God as the actual existential source of their inmost motivation. Have you seen him who makes his desire, Hawa, his God? 25 verse 43, almost identical at 45 verse 23. The sense of the eye eclipses the light of divine guidance. One may even make great exertions for the sake of God and religion, but be bound by his hidden idolatry of the self. One sees a clear parallel here with the teachings of Buddhism, in addition to what we have observed earlier. Let us note here the compelling verses of Milarepa showing how impossible it is to free oneself from oneself if the sense of self be predominant.
Yeah, I just want to go back to what they said about the Quran and everything. Yeah, it's exactly what we said. It's just vanity. Like vanity is kufr too.
Mm.
Anyway,
Mhm.
anyway, yeah.
So he who strives for liberation with the thought of I will never attain it. He who tries to loosen his mind knots when his spirit is neither great nor free, but will become more tense. Milarepa also expresses a theme which resonates strongly with Muslim ethics in the following verses. To give charity without compassion is like tying oneself to a pillar with a long leather strap. It only binds one tighter in samsara's prison. The Quran teaching on charity is very similar. A kind word with forgiveness is better than almsgiving followed by injury. 2 verse 263. Now, returning to the boastful owner of the gardens, one sees that this egotistic motivation and orientation is given expression in his two statements. First, he boasts to his neighbor, I am more than you in wealth and stronger in respect of men. Having engaged in this delusion of grandeur and belittling of his neighbor, this demonstration of egotism and pride is then followed by an expression of the secret source which feeds that egotism and pride. The words he speaks in this parable give voice to the mental insinuations and worldly orientations to which the soul is subject. even the soul of the believer. I do not think that all this will ever perish. This failure to register the impermanence of all this goes to the root of his de facto state of disbelief, one which
Yeah,
is
hello. See, I want the one thing I would disagree is how he's labeling it, right? Because he's saying the guy believes and doesn't believe. You can't be a believer and a disbeliever at the same time. You know what I'm saying? You might be a claimer. You might be somebody who says, okay, in Islam we call it ala kibla, or the people who face the kibla, or also called it ala jumla. The people who say the utterances. Like you could say the shahada, right? But if you just say the shahada, if you don't really believe, it's just a sentence. You understand? It's just an utterance. You know, jumla means utterance. The other jumla. So my only disagreement. I understand his point, but he's conflating. He say the person is a believer and seems to believe, but is not. But that's not a believer. Then so you can't a claimant to belief. You have to separate a claimant to belief from believer. And I think he could be a little bit more clear about that. That's the only thing. But yeah, I get his points though. Anyway, keep going.
okay. One which is moreover compounded by idolatry. Not only is he guilty of setting up partners to God in the form of his wealth, which he deems to be imperishable and thus eternal, but he also sets up he sets up as God his own Hawa, the desire, whim, caprice of his own soul. There's a symbiosis between one's desire, elevated as God, on the one hand, and belief in the imperishability of one's possessions in the world on the other. Woe unto every slandering traducer. He who has gathered wealth and counts it, he believes that his wealth will render him immortal. 104, verse 1 through 3. The Quran sums up the essence of salvation in terms of a polarity, one pole of which is positive, the other negative. The former defined in the terms of God and the latter in terms of Hawa. But as for the one who fears the station of his Lord and restrains his soul from its Hawa, verily the garden will be his abode. Verse 79, 40 to 41. The false god of one Hawa is reined in and overcome in the very measure that one's concern is with the one and only true God. Conversely, if one's Hawa is the actual source of one's motivation, then one falls into subtle idolatry, even if belief in God is affirmed at the formal level. So one only has to substitute the word thirst, tanha, for desire, hawa, to see the similarities between the teachings of Buddhism and the Quran on the imperative of transcending the appetites of the lower soul. The Buddhist perspective, in so rigorously negating the idea of the ultimate reality of the individual soul, anatta, in so sharply focusing on the craving that is the source of all suffering, and in so strongly stressing the impermanence, anicca, of all objects of craving in this world, can help the Muslim to discern a very similar teaching in the Quran. One comes to divinize oneself through elevation of one's desire to the implicit status of divinity. This being an attitude which is fed by the delusion of permanence of worldly possessions, and in this turn is fed by the desire of the ego to aggrandize itself at the expense of others. The resulting egotism ensures that the vices of pride and miserliness will be manifested instead of humility and generosity. It is not just worldly possessions that, being seen as imperishable, feed the implicit kufr and shirk of the soul. Rather, these vices are fed by every single relativity to which one consciously or subconsciously attaches an absolute significance. Everything pertaining to either the world or to the ego, such as bodily satisfactions, desire for acknowledgement, thirst for praise, and even spiritual attainments, as soon as these elements are given disproportionate attention and importance, then one falls into the subtle forms of kufr and shirk highlighted in the Quranic parable. One sees the deeper meaning of the verse. Most of them believe not in God without being idolaters. 12, verse 106. Only the utterly sincere believers, referred to as those made pure or rendered sincere, mukhalas, muklas,
Muklas, muklas.
muklas by God, are capable of avoiding the pitfalls of subtle worldliness, which are tantamount to covert shirk. In verse 38 and 83, Satan declares that he will beguile every single soul, except your purified slaves, muklasun. Satan is also instructed by God to be a partner with human beings in their worldly goods and their children. What? Be a partner in their wealth and children and promise them. Satan promises only to beguile. Alright.
Now, because Satan is not partners like intimate. Yeah, yeah, partners and intimate. Yeah, because Satan could be your friend. Like, because in Islam, you could be Satan's friend or you could be God's friend.
Okay, so it says Satan is instructed by God to be a partner with human beings in their worldly goods and their children.
Yeah, hold on. Okay, Satan. Let me see.
So
Let me
God
tell you.
tells Satan to come mess with us?
Let me see. Satan is instructed by God to be a partner with humans and their worldly goods and children, and be a partner in their wealth and children, and promise them.
That's messed up.
No, it's not. He's mistranslating it. Wait, let me get it for you in the Quran. Hold on, I'm gonna get it for you in the Quran. Hold on, real quick. Hold on for a second.
Mm. Once you put down the God concept, Mr. Pelu, Buddhism is on truth. Yes, sir. That was my point, what Jen just read. So I don't know. So this to me, I'm gonna say
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, hold on.
1764. 1764.
I'm gonna go to 764 right now. I'm gonna go to it in the Quran. Hold on. I have to wash my hands real quick before I read the Quran. I gotta
Mm-hmm.
wash my hands. Um, 1764. Right. This is Surah Bani Israel. Okay. Um.
I thought it was Al Isra, the night.
Yeah. Bani Al Israel. Yeah. Oh, Bani Israel. It
Oh,
be called
Al
Al Isra or
Isra. Oh, okay,
it could be
okay.
called Al Isra. No, yeah. It could be called Al Isra or it could be called Surah Bani Israel. It could be called both of those names. It could be called Al Isra or Bani Surah Bani or Surah Bani Israel. Okay. Okay. That verse says, okay, lead to destruction those whom thou lead to destruction those who thou canst amongst them, and and with thy voice make assaults on them with thy cavalry and thy infantry. Mutually share with them wealth and children, and make promises to them. But then promises nothing but deceit. So no, he's mistranslating this. It's not God saying this. Okay, it's not God
I
saying
said
this.
I'm trying to go to the one before. Let me see.
Yeah,
And
it's not gonna
after.
say.
Let me
Okay,
see.
yeah, okay. I'm gonna say.
53,
Watch.
61. Let me see. 63. Allah responded, "Be gone. Whoever of them follows you, he will surely be the reward for all of you, an ample reward." Or, I'm sorry. Allah responded, "Be gone." Never mind. Let me go back.
Yeah, he was mistranslating it. Because look, it says Satan makes those promises. Allah said, "Go away if thou only follow thee. After recompense. Lead to destruction those who thou canst. See their voice, see?
So he's
It's
having a
not
conversation with the devil, it looks like, and it
yes,
says,
that's what he's
okay,
doing.
so and remember when we said to the angels, prostrate before Adam, so they all did, but not to Iblis. No, but not Iblis, who protested. Should I prostrate to the one you have created from mud? Iblis said, do you see this one whom you have honored above me? If you delay me until the day of resurrection, I will surely destroy his descendants except for a few. Allah said, go, for whoever of them follows you, indeed hell will be the recompense of you. Okay, and incite whoever you can among them with your voice, and assault them with your horses and foot soldiers, and become a partner in their wealth and their children, and promise them. But Satan does not promise them except delusion.
Yeah. Okay, I have a
Indeed,
different
over my believing servants there is for you no authority, and sufficient is your Lord as disposer of affairs.
exactly. So he's trying to say that Satan recruits in his people, and they're gonna come with them. The army's gonna scoop him up, and he wants to be. He acts like he's your friend. He beguiles you. He acts like he's your friend. He acts like you're on his team. You understand? He acts like you in his infantry and in his car. He come takes you over because he scares you. Like because we call him
So
Abu
he's
God. We call
talking
him.
about the ones who follow him. So God is saying, yeah, like go on and like take the ones who follow you with you and mess with them, like that,
Yes,
right?
exactly. So
Okay,
the guy
okay.
the guy's mistranslating it like crazy.
Yeah, because I'm like, wow, like that's really messed up. Like he's telling us to go, like telling this guy to like become, or Satan to come partners with us and like fuck with, or sorry, like mess with us and have us do bad stuff. Like that's messed up.
Yeah,
I
but the
mean,
guy
even it is
mistranslating.
still kind of messed up because, like, you saying, like, take your followers with you, but, like, don't you want them to follow you? Like, don't you want them to, like, shouldn't God want them to, like, give him up and come to his side? Like, why is he saying, yeah, take them and mess with them, like, do whatever?
God wants whatever God wants happens. He wants yeah, because look, He made us people for nothing. Those people that go and say Satan were made for nothing but fuel for the hellfire. That's the only reason they were even made. Some people are cursed. Well, a lot of people are cursed. The majority of mankind.
The majority of mankind is
Yes,
cursed
the
and
majority of
doomed to hell.
mankind was made
From
for
a,
nothing but hellfire.
wow. That's horrible. Like,
The
why would
majority of
anyone
mankind.
want to mess with someone like that? That's terrible. Like to me, like that's enough. Like that's horrible. That's immoral.
How? But what if it's the reality? Is you saying it's immoral? What if that's how God wanted? What if God made people for fuel for the hellfire?
Then that's immoral.
But then God is immoral then.
Yeah, that's right. So he can't be the source
No,
of
that is what you
objective
saying.
morality if he's
And
immoral.
that
How?
okay, you say he's immoral, but your morality is subjective. His morality is objective.
So okay, so that's like having a baby just to throw it in to make it suffer its entire life and then chuck it in some fire. That's exactly what that's like. Is that not immoral? Would you not
No.
want the what?
What you mean? Wait, hold on, real quick. No, I'm sorry. I'm trying to find the all the verses about the fuel for the hellfire. About fuel for the hellfire. Yeah, I was trying to find verses and stuff about fuel for the hellfire. Oh my tablet. But yeah, fam. Okay, yeah. Fear the fire. His fuel is made of men and stones, and is prepared for those who reject faith. I need a better one. Hold on, wait. Let me find some more. No. Okay, but what are you saying again? Okay, say what you're saying again about the kid.
I'm saying that that's hella immoral. Like that's crazy to do. Like that's vindictive and kind of evil to create people just to chuck them in the hellfire. That's what I'm trying to say. Like
Just
you
chuck them in the hell
create someone just to for
to
you
burn them in
said
hellfire.
for
Fuel
you
for the hellfire. Yes, the man for fuel for the hellfire. Look, all you believe, save yourself and your family from a fire. The fuel of which is human beings and stones appointed on which are angels, stern and severe, who do not disobey Allah in what He orders them and do whatever and do whatever they're ordered to do. So yeah, they go. I'm trying to find. There's a lot of them. I'm trying to find the ones I'm looking for. But anyway, it's like it's like yeah. Some people are just made. That's what they're made for. It's like I can't
why
like
though? How could you say that a good person made people just for that? Like what if those people are trying to be good people? What if those people don't want to suffer their whole life and they don't want to be fuel for the hellfire? You're
if
saying
God
like
decided who you're gonna be, there's nowhere out of it. If God decided you're gonna be fuel for the hellfire, there's nowhere out of you being fuel for the hellfire. Okay. Let me stop
that's
trying to find it.
so incredibly messed up. Like I can't even wrap
How?
my head around how messed up that is, bro. Like that's so
Yeah, okay. Let me talk about this. Okay, what would you consider Adolf Hitler? Would you consider him fuel for the hellfire? Adolf Hitler? Why was Adolf Hitler made?
well, I mean, why was he made? I don't know why
Yeah,
he was made, but I
to be
mean,
fuel for the hellfire. To be fuel for the hellfire. I'll tell you why he's made to be fuel for the hellfire.
uh,
Yeah, there we go. That's one person I can tell you was made to be fuel for the hellfire.
I don't know, man. Like, I just think that that's freaking terrible. Like, that's horrible.
I mean, it's a sad truth, but some people are made to be fuel for the hellfire. It's a tough
Like,
luck,
I'm
but it's
kind of
inevitable.
blown by that right now. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I'm just trying to think of that. Like, so this all loving, all merciful God created people
Rahim.
only to suffer.
The curse are created only to suffer. The blessed are created only to be blessed. I mean, no. See, look, they get a benefit in this world. They get amusement in this world. They get good things in this world, but they suffer in the hellfire. So some of the so even the ones who go in the hellfire, he give them a little bit of good in this world. You know what I'm saying?
He
They got the
gives
good in this
them,
world.
they got the good in this world, and
A
they
little
can,
bit of good. They got them something. They got something of the good in this world. He gave them something while in this world.
and they get to suffer for the eternity.
Yeah,
Because why?
that's what they're made for. Because that's what they're made
Because
for. So
because
so so
why? For what reason? Why would he make people for that? How could you make something just to watch it torment it and stuff? Like
because I can tell you why. It's to separate the good from the bad. It's like he want us to know. Okay, we know we're blessed, but knowing the opposite of being blessed. We see the hellfire and we know we're not part of the hellfire, so we be grateful in God even more and more and more that He didn't make us other people of the hellfire. He made us the people of paradise, and it makes us fear God because we know man, His wrath is severe. We
yeah,
fear
but
God.
what's the point of fearing him if you're just gonna
It's
burn
because when
anyway?
you fear Him, those people don't fear Him. Only the people who are only the saved. Okay, when you fear God is when you know you're saved. As a matter of fact, our master, Abu Bakr. I mean, master in the sense of the master of the religion, right? Of understanding the religion and giving this to us, the Caliph of Islam. He told us that the likeness of the believers, right? What the believer is the ones who live in perpetual fear and perpetual hope.
Perpetual fear and perpetual hope. Okay, so
Yes.
say All right, I get that. So like,
When you fear God is when you know God loves you. The fear of God is knowing His love.
right. So say you do all that, right? But like if you were created to just be fire or fodder for the hellfire, it don't
They
matter if you fear him or love him or worship him.
don't fear Him or love Him. They don't. They don't. They don't do it. They don't worship it. Okay. Even when they fake that they worship Him, they don't really do it. They're only munafiks. They're only hypocrites. They can't worship God. These people can't worship God. God has separated from them where they cannot have a to Him. There's some people that God hates.
What?
Yes, there's some people that God hates, and some people that God loves.
Yeah, see, this is like so problematic. This is so problematic. Like, for me, this is a huge issue. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I can't mess with that, like, at all. How could a God hate its own creation? How
He
could you
made it to
create
hate.
something
He made
and
it to
hate
hate
it?
because He made it to hate. He made it to show what He made it to demonstrate what He made it as a demonstration of what He hates. It's to be an example of what He hates. He makes it as a demonstration for what He hates. So we don't do what He hates. We avoid what He hates, and we do what He loves. Okay, what's religion? What's up? Abu Bakr was Allah Sakama. The Prophet Muhammad himself is Allah Sakama. So was Abu Bakr, and so was Umar. So please, Ibadi, the name Ibadi was named after somebody came later, but that's what the Sunnis call. That's what the Sunnis call. That's what the Sunnis call Halu Haqwa Sakama. The people of the reality and integrity. Halu Haqwa Sakama is the real name. And Abu Bakr was part of Allah Sakama. Why so religious? He definitely
Hmm.
was. Okay, he definitely was.
Is he ever indifferent about a person? Like, so he loves people and then he hates people. Like, is there any people that
No, he
he's
just
just
loves and
like,
hates.
whatever?
He
He
makes up his
just
mind.
loves and
Look,
hates.
he already knows his mind before his mind has already been made before creation. His mind was already made. His mind he made his mind up before creation because his mind was always the same. Like when he made his mind to create, it was. You know what I'm saying? When he made his mind to create, that's what it was. So everything is by His will. Yep, everything is by His will.
Yeah, see, like, to me, this is just, I can't mess with that at all. That sounds like horrible, like absolutely horrible to me. Like, why? Like, that's vindictive and that's like spiteful and hateful, and so then God is evil.
No, you're
Yes.
you don't understand God. You don't
No,
understand
I
Him.
don't understand your description, personification of God.
Hey,
Um,
What's religious? Yes, he was Allah is to come. Ibadi is not even a real thing. Ibadi is what outsiders call a movement. Ibadi is not even a real thing. The real thing is Allah Akbar is to come. And Abu Bakr was definitely Allah Akbar is to come. He was Al Muhakkima all the way, 100%. He was righteous. He was on Sirat al Mustaqim. He was 100%. He's a Rashidun. Thank you. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, it's not that guy's evil. It's just that you want God to be what you want him to be and not what He is.
no,
Because
it's
you
not.
understand.
I don't want him to be anything, but the descriptions of him don't match any of this, is what I'm saying.
No matter what.
Like what you're telling me right now. So, like, the
What you mean?
description, so, like, the descriptions of God as being loving and merciful, right? That
Yes, He's loving and merciful. Yes,
that doesn't fit that description. That's not what loving, merciful people do, is it?
that's what you say they don't do. But you God. I mean, if God says He loves somebody, that's who He loves. He say he hates somebody, hate somebody. Okay, why? Okay, a simple question then. Okay, does God love Hitler? Does God love or hate Hitler? And I'm gonna give an easy example of somebody who God hates. I want to see
Maybe
if
he
God.
hates his actions, but I don't know. Why did he create him then?
To be viewed for the hellfire, of course.
So what about
I
all
know what.
victims then? What about all the victims of him that he
Hey,
created him
right,
for?
the righteous will be saved. The curse. There's some of them. The righteous amongst them will be amongst the people of paradise. The wicked amongst them will be the people of hellfire.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That's like that like got me stuck a little bit. Like I'm a little mind blown. I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm just trying to wrap my head around this concept. Like he creates things just to torment them and chuck them to the
It's
side.
true.
And that's
Some people.
cool, but at the same time the people who are the things that he creates that he actually does like get bestowed all these favors and eternal bliss and all this
Yes.
whatnot.
Yes.
I'm trying to see how that's just. How is that
It's
just?
perfectly just
How
because
though?
he's the arbiter of justice, not us. We're not the arbiter of justice. The arbiter of justice is God Almighty Himself.
So if I created a child and decided to torture it its whole life and then burn it, is that cool then? Because it's my creation, right? I arbitrated it, so I'm okay doing that then, right?
What, children? If you create children, you said
Yeah.
you don't create children. They don't belong to you. They belong to God. Your kids belong to God, not you.
I'm sorry, but God didn't carry my kids for 9 months and have to
Hey,
push
you
them out in
know what?
excruciating pain.
That
So
Yeah,
until
that's your
that
blessing. No,
happens, then
that's your blessing.
okay.
That's your blessing in life. What you mean? That's
So
your
since
blessing.
since I made this life, right?
No, you carry this life and you carry this life and you produced it in your system, but it was by God's design and His creation and by His will. You did so, and you were blessed to do so. You were blessed. No, blessing this to be a mother. Like
So
I can never get a blessing of
why
being a
could
mother
God do that, but we can't? That's what I'm saying.
because you're not God. God is arbiter of justice, not mankind.
So then it's a do as I say, not as I do.
Of course, it's do as I say. It's just all it is do as I say because you can't do what I do because you're not me because you're not God. Yeah, exactly.
So then
Yes.
we shouldn't strive to be godly or godlike because God does
No,
horrible
don't
things.
try, try to be. No, we try to be the best slaves of God we can be, the best creatures we can be.
Right, so if we're supposed to act like him, then
You're supposed to act like God. You're supposed to act like the God slaves.
okay, so
You're
I'm
supposed to worship
saying
Him, be in submission to Him, be in awe of Him, fear Him. You're supposed to fear God. You're supposed to fear God.
yeah.
An example of fearing God is an example that we always put up as Muslim fearing God. Our standard bearer for the fear of God is the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessing be upon him. He feared God, and he commanded us to be what the mutakina imama, meaning the leaders of the God fearing. That's what we're supposed to strive to do is be the most God fearing we can be. That's what the Prophet taught us. That's the way the Prophet taught us. That's the ambition of life is to fear God the best. Be as conscious of Him as possible in everything we do, and attend to His will to the best of our ability to comprehend or apprehend it.
Yeah, so see, so why so religious says God hates me and I'm indifferent, so who really won? So that means he's more moral than God.
That's not more moral. If God hates him, if God really hated him, and you know what I'm saying, if God really hated him and He doesn't care if God hated him, it's fine. He'll just then he should be happy. He should be happy with his sentence in the fire. He should be happy. So is God really that bad?
So you think why so religious was created to burn in hell?
I didn't say that. I'm giving a philosophical question. I didn't make a personal judgment. I'm giving a
No,
philosophical
no, no,
question
no,
about
no.
what the
Yeah, yeah.
person
So
said.
if God created why so religious, and well, let's just use myself. If God created myself to burn in hell, and
Yes.
I don't know. I just can't.
You can't want him. He'll make you. He'll look. If God loves you, he'll make righteous to you irresistible. You know, he'll make righteousness to you irresistible. If God loves you, he'll make your righteousness irresistible. You just act right with you won't be able to act wrong because he'll guide you in your steps. He's the one who guides. If the one who God guides can't nobody lead astray, and the one who God has condemned, the one who God neglects, the one who God says I don't want nothing to do with you, is nobody could guide him. If God doesn't want you, if God don't want nothing to do with you, nobody could guide you. And if God has guided you, no one who could misguide you.
Yeah. Don't you think God is better than that? Like, don't you think God is way better than that? Like creation and is like don't isn't that kind of like I don't know, like isn't that thinking badly of him?
Yeah, because you say God. We say God makes both good and evil. God makes both good and evil. Yeah, so that's how you want to say yes. Because we say God is the creator of both good and evil. That's what we're taught. That's what the Prophet Muhammad peace and blessing be upon him taught us. According to the according to the deep related by his companion Umar ibn Khattab, that when he was described when he was meant to when he was describing iman, faith, and describing the articles of faith when he went to Kedar, I say Kedar, when he went to Qatar, meaning providence, or meaning God's will, or God's power over the earth. He said the principle of Qadr, or God's determining is his determining will over all creation. Is that God creates and makes and controls all things, has power over all things, both good and evil, both the good and evil aspects of life. They come under God's authority and God's providence. So yes, He creates both good and evil. It's our job to understand why things are happening to us
So
and to worship Him.
why the need for Iblis then? Why would you even need a shaitan or a devil? Why even need that if it's all coming from God anyway?
Shaitan comes from God. He's the manifestation of what comes from God, of the bad that comes from God. He's the example of what not to be. He's the example of who not to be. He's the example of the bad. The same way we have the example of the good in the prophets, culminating in the seal of the prophets, Muhammad, peace and blessing be upon him, as the Burhan of the religion. Burhan meaning the example of the religion. The same way we have the example of Kufr. The example of Kufr is Shaitan, Iblis. He gives is an example. Is a mercy. Shaitan is a mercy to us as an example of who not to be. It makes things clear for us. It's a distinguishing factor. It's to make is the contrast makes things clear. Iblis himself is a sign from God. He's a sign of God's wrath.
Can God hate you and make you righteous also?
No, if God hates you, you're not gonna be righteous. If God loves you, it's nobody can make you unrighteous. God's favor is your righteousness. All you have is God's favor. God's favor is what distinguishes everybody from anybody else. Is how much God favors you.
Mr. Pelu, if Allah on the Day of Judgment pardons all humans throughout time, would that be unfair?
Listen, yes, Allah, right? He pardons everything. The only thing I'm gonna tell you, the only thing He's not gonna forgive. Let me tell everybody right now what He's not gonna forgive, right? On Day of Judgment, He's not gonna forgive kufr, and He's not gonna forgive despairing in His mercy. God is Ar-Rahman Rahim. Hold on to His mercy, whatever you do in every day of your life, for everything you do in His life. Hold on to the mercy. Know that God loves you and His mercy for you. Never forget that. Hold it. If God loves you, hold it. Identify with God. Love Him. Be like, hey, I want you to be my friend. I want you in my life. You're my friend. I'm holding on to you, God. You have to have that sincere prayer. There's no way about it. You have to go all the way with that prayer. You have to give your life to God. You have to go all the way. And prayer dua is the root of the word dawa. That's how it even comes about, and that's our connection to God itself. Is like yes, it's all or nothing with God. We have to give ourselves to God or nothing. It's all or nothing with it. Is like he demands the best in everything. Like the inner dimension of Islam is called Isan, right? And that means beautification, right? And how it was taught to us, right, by the Prophet through his Prophet peace be upon him, through his companion Umar, in the same hadith. This is the most strongest hadith about Gabriel when he taught us the religion. He said that Isan is to worship God as if you see him, even though you don't see him. Know that he always sees you. So it's a continuous observance. Like you're supposed to fear God. You have to keep never lose sight of. It's like I'm gonna tell you one title of a book I always loved. It was by what's it? I think it was Toni Morrison. They said her eyes were their eyes are watching God. No, who wrote that book? Their eyes were watching God. Anyway, it always reminds me of the hadith. That book title always reminds me of that hadith. Let me find the author. Eyes were watching God. What the book? No, I'm sorry. That's Toni Morrison. I'm sorry. It's Zora Neale Hurston. It's a black author. Anyway, Zora Neale Hurston. But anyway, yeah, that's how we're supposed to be. It's supposed to fear. We're supposed to fear God. Yes. We fear God. Is a reason why we fear God. You think there's no reason why we fear God? Is a reason because we know His wrath. We know how bad His wrath is. We know He can make you and just burn you in hell. We know that. It's nothing for Him. That's why we fear Him, because we understand His wrath. Like it's not because for no reason why you fear God. Is when you grasp how great, how awesome, how powerful He is. The only relation, only feeling the creature could have to create at that point is absolute fear and awe.
Hmm. Hmm.
So these things, we say the things a certain way. It sounds harsh when we say these things, right? But we're triggering a real sensation of what God revealed to us of Himself and what He wants out of us. We're speaking a certain way, but is an inner meaning to everything we're saying, and it's a sensation that we're conveying in these revelations, and in these, we call this on the usul fiqh, on all these things of the sharia. These things, when it's coming down to us, it's signs from God that we're conveying. We're using certain language to convey it, but it's sensations that we're conveying. We're conveying His awesomeness and His wrath. We don't want to lose that connection. We're so frightful of the connection because we feel the fire. Is a reason why we frightful. We feel the intensity. We feel the intensity on us. It's like fire on us all the time. We feel the intensity on our neck. We feel it in our face. With all around us, wherever we go, we feel the burning station between us and the rest of creation and everything around us. And we fear God because we want the immunity to what we know is there. We know the bad is there. We know the burning is there. We see it all around us. You know what I'm saying? And we fear God to immunize ourselves from destruction.
Hmm. Yeah, I guess I don't know. I guess that's such a hard concept for me because that was one of the things I just don't get that feeling at all. Like God has got to be so much better than what these books are saying, you know? And but all right, so yeah, I'll read this last question and we can get back into it. So he says, the Quran says that Allah will forgive whatever deeds He chooses on the Day of Judgment. So what if He does forgive shirk then? Does Allah have the ability to forgive shirk, or is He limited to His words in the Quran, which even says He can and will forgive any wrongdoing He chooses?
Yes, but He says also the Quran doesn't forgive shirk. He says that too.
So
If
if
He
He,
wanted to forgive shirk, He can. If He wanted to, but He doesn't
okay,
want. He told us that
okay.
He doesn't want to.
Right, but
He
but
told us
what
that He
if He
doesn't want
changed
to.
His mind? What if He changed His mind?
He doesn't change His mind. God never
How
changes His
though?
mind.
How could He not change His
God does not
mind?
change His mind. He does not change His mind. No,
But
God is not a man that He changes His mind. No,
He has
God does not
to
change His
though
mind.
through
No, He doesn't.
humanity.
How you gonna
Through
say what God has to do? He doesn't have to do it.
it's
He has to be God.
impossible not to change your mind.
He doesn't change His mind.
So He doesn't
God
grow.
is not a
Like
man. He's not a man. He's not a man. He's not a woman. He doesn't change His mind. You know, like He Change his
So
clothes.
see, this is what I'm saying. So like, if he is not a man, he's not a woman, then how is he hate or love or forgive or have
He's a
that?
person.
That's
No,
what
he's a
I'm
person. He
saying.
has
I
a
don't get
personality.
that.
He
Like,
has a
it's
personality.
contradictive.
He
How
has a
does
personality.
how
He's
can
a person.
how
He's not
can
a human. He's not a man, but he's a person. He has an identity. He has an
God is a
identity. Yes,
person? God is a person with an
he's
identity.
a person. He has an identity. Yes, he has an identity, and he has desire. He has wishes. He has
Yes,
wishes. He has
yes.
likes. He
How
has
can, so he has
preferences.
desire.
He has preferences. He has preferences. Of course,
This
he
is
has a will.
very.
He has a will to bestow. He has a will to bestow. The God has a will to bestow. The creatures have a will to receive. Because all
These
he
are
can do
all
is give. He has
human
a will to give.
things. These are all human attributes. These are all
Not
personifications. Like,
human. It's not human. We're expressing it into terms that humans can understand, but his personality is not human. We're expressing it in words we can understand. By his mercy, he's allowed us to do that in Revelation, so we can have an understanding of him, to grip onto him and hold onto him and have a firm handhold to reality. Yes, by his signs be guided. Yes, he makes his signs understandable to us. Yes, thank God for giving us understanding. Yes, we're blessed in our understanding. Yes. The mind is a blessing.
okay, so I'm saying, so like, if he said in the Quran that he's not gonna forgive shirk, right? But then he decides, yeah, maybe I will forgive this person of shirk, right? He could do that, right?
He would not have told us in the Quran then. God does not lie.
I'm just saying,
He knew
can he or
before. No,
can he not do that?
no. The reason why I can't do it because he
So
already
he
knows everything before.
so he
He knew. Hey,
cannot go out of his perimeters besides what's in the Quran. That's it. That's all he
okay,
can
God
do.
cannot. Okay. God has certain parameters that he cannot go outside. I'm gonna give you an example. Let me give
Okay,
you an example right
how
now.
is that? All right,
Let-
no, you don't
let-
have to give me an
no,
example. No,
I'm
no,
gonna give you an example.
no.
I'm gonna tell you easily. Easily, right?
Okay.
God cannot stop being God. God
Okay.
cannot die.
Okay.
God cannot become a creature.
Okay. How?
And God cannot know. He cannot be ignorant of anything.
Okay.
God knew every way he's gonna feel before it happened. He knew who you were before you came about. God has no ignorance. God is totally outside of ignorance.
Okay. So how is that? So God is limited.
God is limited by limitation. He's limited by limitation.
Limited by limitation.
Yes.
So
The limit the limitless cannot become limited.
the
The
limit,
limitless, yes, the limitless cannot become limited.
but but you just listed off a bag of limitations.
Yes, and those are all limitations. I'm saying yes. I'm saying he cannot hold to any of those limitations. Yes, God cannot be limited by limitations and limitation in general. God cannot. And I was doing okay. God cannot be the limited. Cannot be limited by limitations. I mean, by limitation, right? And I was given subset of limitations. Like he cannot be ignorant of anything. He cannot be powerless of anything. He's all powerful. He's all knowing. He's
But
all hearing.
He's not though.
He's not all powerful. How is he all
Because
powerful?
he
What?
can't.
How?
If he wanted to commit suicide, he couldn't. So he doesn't have the power to do that. He doesn't have the
Yeah,
power
he can't
to.
die because
He
yes, he
doesn't
can't die
have the
because he's
power
always living.
to create a mountain he can't lift. He doesn't have the power to forgive people that of shirk that he said he
He's
wouldn't
already
do.
decided not. Yes, he's not gonna do what because he can't lie. He can't change his mind because he knew everything from beforehand. Look, the reason why he
Okay,
can't change his mind because he already knew everything from beforehand. If he already knew everything, he already knew how everybody was gonna act. He already made the judgment. He can't change his mind because he already knew what the judgment was to begin with, and that was what it was to always was. So yes, he cannot change his mind because he knew because he's devoid of ignorance. He has no
Okay.
ignorance. That's the reason why he can't change his mind.
Okay.
Because if he changes his mind, it will imply that he's limited in his knowledge, and that's not the case. He's unlimited. He's Kuli Shayin Alim. He's the one who knows everything. So the one who knows everything cannot go back and change his mind if you know everything.
Okay, so that in that case, then there will never be a person forgiven of shirk.
Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry. I was on mute for a second. No. In that case, no. There's never going to be a person forgiven of it. No, unless you less really ignorant. I mean, it might be you might be super ignorant. And he might say it was impossible for you to know. Yes, if you're limited in your capability to know something, he'll forgive you. Yes, if you're limited in your capability of knowing something, if you're limited, yeah, maybe if you're limited in capability, if you're an infant or you're like a baby or your mind cannot develop the ability to distinguish the nonsense they're telling you or something like that. There might be I mean God's mercy, I don't know the end of God's mercy. And that's because he's mercy that has no end. You understand? His
But
mercy
that's
has
what I'm
no end.
saying. But if he will not forgive somebody of shirk,
Yes.
then even if they are, say they're even very repentful and they ask for forgiveness, he will not extend that forgiveness to them.
Oh, if they die, okay. If they die in shirk, yeah, okay. If the person makes tauba before he dies, of course he'd be forgiven. Yes, of course, yeah. If he makes tauba, yes, you can make tauba before you die. It's after you die. You have until death to get rid of that shirk.
So while you're alive, you can be forgiven of shirk, but after you're dead, you cannot be forgiven of shirk.
Yes, because you can't make tauba. Like I'm gonna tell you what I tell people all the time. I tell people this, right? I said the dawah of Islam is irresistible. The only thing is that some people's dawah is going to be in the hellfire when it's too late for them.
Whew, okay. Mm. Yeah, I don't know, man. This is the stuff
I mean,
that I really have a hard time with. So yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I went down a rabbit hole. I'm sorry.
no. It's good we went down the rabbit hole. It's good we did it, right? Because we at least I'm being open and honest, right? I'm being
Yeah, of
open about
course.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm not saying this to I'm just saying so people understand because it's a serious thing. That's why look, the Quran says mankind, but the people are gonna be judged on judgment day gonna be mankind, jinn kind, and that's basically sentient life. Mankind and jinn are the sentient species, and so to make a long story short, it just when we say mankind and jinn kind, we talk about sentient life, life that's been given the blessing of intelligence, right? They're the two people going to be judged, and they call us both mankind and jinn kind the two burdensome races, mankind and jinn kind. And why they call the burdensome races is because that will because of the weightiness of our opinions. You know, it's a weighty thing to judge to use constant judgment, to always be on a state of judgment and discernment. It's a weighty matter. Islam is a weighty matter. It's not it's a matter of gravity. And that's the point of Islam is the center of people is to give people the proper center of gravity, and that's the worship of God Almighty who made us. You understand? It's a grave thing we're doing in Islam. It's a serious affair because we're dealing with the ultimate reality and our alignment to the ultimate reality at all times. Yeah. So it's a serious affair. It's an affair of gravity.
Hmm. All right. Yeah, let's get back into it. So, the fundamental reason why one must be aware of them is given in the following verse. And distract you, even spiritual goods being a possible source of the subtle attachment and thus of shirk. Again, the Buddhist perspective helps the Muslim to become sensitive to the deeper implications contained in the parable we've been considering. The gardens in the parable can also be understood as metaphors for spiritual fruits cultivated by prayer, meditation, and ascetic discipline. The proud professor of these fruits pretentiously believes that he will not be subject to judgment, but rather be elevated into a greater garden of paradise, of which his earthly garden of spiritual fruit is a foretaste. This state of mind describes what has been aptly referred to as spiritual materialism in the Buddhist tradition.
Hey, I
In
think
the
he's making a super stretch. He's making a super stretch because he's turning this whole parable that was in those verses to be about spiritual gains and not. It's not about spiritual materialism. It's about real materialism, and you be attached to the real material things. That was what the verses was about, and he's trying to make it. He's trying to turn it into a Buddhist thing, that into some spiritual tradition. I don't even know if that's really a Buddhist thing, but I don't heard about it. But but no, he's stretching that on purpose. That was a purposeful stretch right there. Because if you don't even have if God doesn't bless you to even do these things, prayer, it could be people, right? They want to pray, but they can't pray. They could be in Mecca, but they can't pray because God doesn't make them pray. It's almost like to make a long story short, it's almost like he's yeah, he's trying to make this spiritual material. Nah, it's I don't know, man. Let's keep reading. He's missing because he's turning the things, those fruits that the people are reaping, those physical fruits that he got from God, to some spiritual fruits that he has, and then he says he looks down. I mean, I mean, it's. I think he's stretching a little bit, but let's keep it rocking. I think he's stretching a little bit. Let's keep it rocking though.
Okay.
Let's see if he come back. Let's see if he come and defend it.
In the Udambarka Sihanada Sutta, the Buddha alerts his followers to the pitfalls of pride and ostentation, which lie in wait for the recluse who engages in intense ascetic discipline. The Buddha was confronted by just such ostensibly spiritual attitudes amongst the various pretenders to religious authority in his time. Believing that they had attained sanctity and deliverance from their lifetimes, deluded eternalists ascribed eternity, and thus divinity, to the relative transient soul, mystical powers and states. Combined power of the doctrines of Ajahn and Anatta dialectically both Hellenistic claims the soul, which was at one and the same time individual and eternal. Only the Dharma, Nirvana, Shunya, or the essence of God in Islamic terms, is absolute, eternal, and infinite. All else is transient. Thirst for the transient is the seed of suffering as well as being the fruit. The proud possessor of the gardens and apparel can thus be seen to represent the source of this kind of delusion, and not just the obvious manifestation of the form of pride and boastfulness. The interpretation of the parable is led by the fact that immediately following the parable comes these words. In this case, it is Alleluia, only from God, the true. 18 verse 44. Word here is conventionally understood in the sense of prudence with the literal meaning of parable. There is no protection against destruction of goods except from God. But walaya can also be understood to necessity in accordance with this deeper interpretation of the parable, which would be read in all would-be saints that their spiritual attainment or no successive attainments lead to self-effacement and not self-glorification. One is to be effaced in the divine source of sanctity, and not claim that sanctity is one mode of formatting or upadana.
Hey, you see, that's what gets wrong. See, he's trying to make it. See, it's supposed to grasp onto God. He's trying to get on Buddhist, but it's not, because it's always one thing. It's an attachment. You cannot. It's like you have to be attached to the saintliness and attached to God to achieve it. God commands to be attached to Him. He said, "Hold on to the rope of God." He told us to hold on to His rope. You know, he's trying to make and that's why I was getting before. He's trying to stretch the terms to make it seem like it's
But he's
somehow.
talking about the like your self glorification though, like doing these things like because like for your own like ego and your own gratitude and your own like
No, but
um
you're supposed to do it for your gratitude because you're supposed to be pleased with what God is pleased with.
mm,
Yes, yes. You're supposed to be pleased with what God is pleased with. It's not like Buddhism. No, you're supposed to be pleased with what God pleases with. If God, like we the people God's pleased with, and He's pleased with us. You're supposed to be happy about that. You're supposed to enjoy. Enjoy your connection to God.
mhm,
It's not. Okay. Islam is not about not having pleasure. It's about having maximum pleasure.
okay.
Paradise is pleasure. It's about joy. It's not. This is not Buddhism. Islam is not Buddhism. I'm not. And the only way I'm saying that because it's not a. It's not a. It's not a. It's not a. He's trying to make it seem like it's a not pleasure to having thing like we're going away from pleasure. No, God wants us to have a lot of pleasure. He wants us to have a lot of sensuality. He wants us to be healthy because it's almost like He knows health is the best pleasure. You understand? A sound living is the best pleasure. It's not about not having pleasure or not having things. Because first of all, what does God need from us? He don't need nothing from us. He made all creation for us to benefit from it. God doesn't need the creation. He doesn't need the creation. The creation needs God. And we need what God gives us in the creation to sustain ourselves.
Mm,
So he's stretching it to make it sound Buddhist, but it's not. He's stretching the Islamic concepts to make it sound Buddhist, but I think he's stretching these concepts to the point of error. He's making stretches and saying it's a
mm,
selfish thing. No, it's not. He's trying to make it seem like it's a deeper meaning, and it is a deeper meaning, but not deeper meaning it is. He just the deeper meaning is don't be proud of the things that you've gotten on God, but it's not. He's trying to make it seem like it's talking about a, a bunch of different levels of his other stuff when it's really no. It's not about disconnecting from your attainments. He's supposed to revel in your attainments. He's supposed to be happy. He's supposed. That's how you find joy. You're supposed to give glad tidings and be happy about attaining from God. He's supposed to always be giving thanks at all times. It's gratitude. It's like okay. To be grateful to God, you have to acknowledge His blessings for you. If you don't acknowledge His blessing for you, you're not grateful for Him. If you don't acknowledge the blessing, it's a praise religion,
mhm.
and he's trying to make it into a Buddhist part. And look, for example, is there praise in Buddhism? Is there praise in Buddhism?
Praise, like
Yes, is there praise? Is there a
veneration,
concept of praise?
um, thanking.
Like we praise God. We say Alhamdulillah. Matter of fact, even Muhammad means the one who praises, the praiseworthy. And his name comes from praising God. It's like we're supposed to sing God's praise all the time. His praise should be at our lips at all. And every expression we have is supposed to be a praise of God.
Mm, um,
So it's like he's trying to make it sound. He's trying to make it not. He's changing the meaning of the concepts.
yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. Because I'm like, praise, like, I don't know. I would have to. I mean, there's veneration, but there's not like
It's not
praise.
praise. But in Islam, there's praise. In Islam, there's Thanksgiving. Who is that Thanksgiving in Buddhism?
I don't know.
Do you give thanks to God?
No.
I'm not talking about the holiday in America. Even though the holiday in America is based off the concept of Thanksgiving, I'm talking about the philosophical concept of Thanksgiving. Do you give thanks to God in Buddhism?
No.
See, it's a whole different it's a whole different religion. He's trying to make it seem like it's Buddhist. It's a Buddhist thing. I know that we're doing a comparison, but he's stretching things to make it seem as if it's if as if it's as if it's similar to we have a different sense of joy. We have a different sense of a goal. Our goal is connection. Is adhesing ourselves is connection to the creator. Is not disconnection. Like it's ultimate connection to the creator. Like the world, the only reason we don't connect to the dunya is because of transient, and we know it's there. We're living in it anyway. It's like we're supposed to make the dunya flow. We're supposed to be like salik. Even the person who takes spiritual path is called a salik, and that's the person, and that's the word for it when something moves to something easily, like slippery, like it goes to something. You know what I'm saying? We're supposed to go through the world as if it's just like a moving, like if it's just a clear road. You understand? That's why we have detachment from the world. It's not because we're not in the world, but we detach from the world to attach to God. So it's like I mean he's that's what I'm saying. Say you can't make the Islam like Buddhist because the Buddhist is like grasping is a bad thing, but us we're grasping to God. So it's like
Hmm.
it's almost like he's trying he's making it like it's a Buddhist thing, but it's not. You want to grasp to God. We want to grasp. That's what we do. We are graspers. Wait, I'm gonna show you the
Yeah, no,
little bit.
I hear you. I think, I don't know, like just the veneration and respect that we show for the Buddha might be considered praise, but it's not like,
Is your Buddha God? Are you praising the
no,
Buddha?
no,
See?
no.
Hey,
Um,
look. See, look what it says. Quran, right? This is Surah Imran, right? Surah Imran, verse this is chapter the third chapter of the Quran, this verse 103, right? Wa atasimu bil habli jamiya wa tafarraqu wa karuni amitalahi alaykum id kuntum wa da'ana fadala bayna qulubikum fasbatum bini amiti ikwana wa kuntum ala shafru bitum min an-nari fanqarakum min kadhalika yubayyinu lakum ayati la'alakum ta'tadun. And it means uh, uh, um, um, and hold fast altogether by the rope of Allah. And get again, and hold fast altogether by the rope of Allah, stretch out for you, and not be divided among yourself. And remember with gratitude what? And remember with Thanksgiving, and remember with gratitude Allah's favor upon you. Remember what? And gratitude Allah's favor upon you, for you were enemies, and He joined your hearts in love, so that by His grace you became brethren, and you were on the brink of the pit of fire, and He saved you from it. Thus doth Allah make His signs clear to you that you may be guided. So it's like it's a different con. It's he. I see he's stretching. I think he's making a stretch movement in that part. I see what he's doing, but I don't think
yeah,
it's the correct thing to do.
yeah, I agree on that one. Okay.
Okay, we can keep going. Let's keep going.
In Buddhist terms, such a claim would be a form of grasping, okay, upadana, and more specifically, atavadupadana, grasping a particular idea of the self. In this case, the idea that oneself has achieved authenticity and realization through becoming adorned by the fruits of one's spiritual endeavors. If I do not think that all this will ever perish, then the self which possesses all this will likewise be deemed to be imperishable.
Okay, let's see.
This,
Let's see it again. Okay, okay, okay.
If I do not think that all this will ever perish, then the self which possesses all this will likewise be deemed to be impaired. Okay, I got you. This section can be brought to a fitting end with the penetrating words of the Shin Buddhist already cited above, Kenryo Kanematsu, which will surely resonate with any Muslim sensitive belong to our very nature, to stick to us as a second skin, and we bleed as we detach them. Okay. Loving compassion, Karuna and Rama. Compassion, even on the
Rahma.
Rahma.
Yeah, it means mercy.
Rahma. Um, Compassion, even on the human plane, is not just a sentiment, it is an existential quality. This existential quality presupposes a concrete sense of participation in the suffering of others, as is expressed by the etymology of the word compassion, which means to suffer with another. The metaphysics of unity finds its most appropriate ethical expression in this quality. For when the illusion of separation is overcome, the suffering of the other becomes one's own. The virtues of compassion and mercy and generosity and love become the hallmarks of the character of the one who has truly realized unity. Similarly, as seen in the previous section, when self-preoccupation is overcome, together with the willingness or avert which feeds it, the same quality centered on compassion and love will flow forth naturally and spontaneously. These qualities, inherent in the spiritual substance or fitra of each soul, will no longer be strained or suffocated by coagulations of egotism and worldliness. Rather, compassionate love will emanate to whole of create the all-encompassing grace of each, the former and the latter. Do we extend the gracious gift of thy Lord, and the gracious gift of thy Lord can never be confined behind walls. 17 verse 20. This is being infinite can be excluded from nowhere, from nobody. My loving compassion encompasses all things. 7 verse 156. Islam and Buddhism come together on the centrality of this quality of compassionate love, and for both traditions, humanity is inseparable from the absolute in which is rooted and to which it leads. In this section, we hope to show you that the Islamic conception of Rahma makes explicit what is largely implicit in the earliest texts of the Pali Canon. In this fact, it can be seen to function similar to that of Buddhism, wherein compassion comes into play a determinative role, elevated as the very principle, cosmological, and not simply ethical, which motivates us and bodhisattvas. We would therefore argue that both Muslims and Buddhists, the quality of compassion must determine the core of one's personality, and it must dominate the nature of one's conduct in relation to others. This idea, at once ethical and spiritual, derives ultimate justification in its formative power, and that it expresses on a human plane a principle which is rooted in the heart of the absolute, as well.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's. Okay. I mean, that part he's making
Hmm.
is correct. That's correct.
Yeah.
That part, not the whole thing. That part is correct. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. As is well known in Islam, one consecrates every action, and not just ritual action, with the basmala, that is, the formula Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, in the name of God, the lovingly compassionate and lovingly merciful.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
Yeah,
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
yep. It is entirely appropriate that all initiatives should begin with the names of mercy, for it is merciful love which lies at the very root of creation in Islam. As will be seen below, oh, as will be seen below. In both traditions, compassion is inseparable from love. Metta in Buddhism and Mahaba in Islam. In Buddhism, one even finds the compound Maitri Karuna, love and compassion, which expresses the intertwining of these two principles. In Islam, likewise, Rahma cannot be adequately translated by the single English word compassion or mercy, but requires the addition of the element of love. And metta as well is not just translate into love. There's not really a good translation for it. But the closest that they come in is loving kindness or
Loving kindness.
yeah, loving kindness. That's the closest that they can get to it.
Yeah, because I call it loving kindness too. Even Ikram, I call loving kindness. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm saying for metta, they're used above um
Yeah.
the
Okay.
one that's supposed to be mahaba. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So okay. Yeah. Okay.
A,
Okay.
a compelling reason for translating rahma as loving compassion and not just compassion, and certainly not just mercy, is provided by the Prophet's use of this word in the following incident. At the conquest of Mecca, certain captives were brought to the Prophet. There was a woman among them, running frantically and calling for her baby. She found him to her breast and fed him. The Prophet said to his companions, "Do you think this woman will cast her child into the fire?" We said, "No, she cannot do such a thing." He said, "God is more lovingly compassionate, Arham, to his servants than is this woman to her child." Wow. That's the crazy. That's the exact thingy that I call it comparison that I used earlier, right? This is
No, he's
exactly.
saying no. You said about throwing a kid in the fire.
Yeah,
He said, "We said what?"
would I cast my child into a fire? I use that
And God
same
is more
thing.
compassionate than that. God is more compassionate than
Well,
that.
he's not though because he does the
He
same
is.
thing.
No, he does. He's passionate because his
But
son.
into the fire.
His child. Who's his child? His child. Who's that?
What was his nations then?
His slaves.
They ain't his children. So child of God.
Nope. No.
Oh, okay.
The Muslim never said. We say, begotten.
Mm.
We're not like Christians say, "Oh, this is the God has a child, God has a son." No, we don't say all that stuff. We're not God's children in Islam. No, we're good creations. We're God's slaves. Hopefully, we could be His friend. We could be a
My
saint. Like
thing
I'm a
keeps
saint. I like
buffering. I don't know if it's your
like.
server or my
Can you hear me?
connection. Oh yeah,
Can you hear
one
me?
second. I was just reading the chat. What's going on is it says they don't know if I can even see. Yeah, I can see your comments. Why? So I could see you and Carter and Johan. Um, I can see you guys in the chat. What's going on? Is it not working? Everything is running. My streaming, I got good FPS. Um,
I mean, I can hear you. Hey, what's the religion? Islam does not mean it means submission, not praise. I said Muhammad's name means a praise one. Muhammad. I said Muhammad, not Islam. I said Muhammad. Muhammad is saying the same root like as Alhamdulillah. The same root word as Alhamdulillah.
yeah, so that's, I don't know, that's kind of crazy. So, the Rahmah of God is here defined by reference to a quality which all can recognize as love. The mother's acts of compassion and mercy stream forth from an overwhelming inner love for her child. One cannot love another without feeling compassionate to that person, while one can feel compassion for someone without necessarily loving. The Jewish scholar Ben Shemish goes so far to translate the Basmala as "in the name of God, the compassionate, the beloved," to bring home this key aspect of love proper to the root of Rahmah. He argues that both in Arabic and Hebrew, the meaning of love is strongly present in the root RHM, and gives the following evidence. Psalm number 18 contains the phrase Irama Adonai, I love thee, my Lord. In Aramaic Syriac, the root RHM specifically denotes love rather than compassion. One can thus feel the resonance of this Syriac connotation within the Arabic. Moreover, there is epigraphic evidence that early Christian sects in southern Arabic used the name Ramanan as a name of God, and this will probably have been understood as the loving.
Yeah, yeah, and that's crazy. The Rahmanan code, I don't even know if it was Christian or not because there are Christians there that got taken over by Ethiopia, but I don't know if the Rahman code was a Christian code or was it a monotheistic code. I have to study that code more because I'm trying to understand that code because that code is very obscure
Hmm.
and it's not clear the history of that code. I know, I've heard that quote before, the Rahmanan quote. But I don't know if they were necessarily Christians or they were Hanifs or they were monotheists who never weren't necessarily Christians or something like that. I don't know exactly what was going on with that quote in the pre-Islamic time, but it was a quote of Ar-Rahman. And it was like a monotheistic religion. I'm not sure if it was Christian or not. If it was, could it be called Christian? I gotta check. I'll go do some research on that. We'll follow up on that. That's a good thing you brought up.
Okay. God's Ramah is described by the Prophet as being greater than that of a woman for her child, implying the transcendent prototype of this most loving and compassionate of all human qualities is found in the divine reality. That's the same thing in the Metta Sutta, like literally. Before examining this question any further, it's interesting to note that the Buddha refers to an almost identical image in order to bring home the meaning of metta, the love that is inseparable from karuna. This is a passage in the Metta Sutta teaching on love in the Pali Canon. Even as a mother, I'm sorry, Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Sama Sambuddhassa. Even as a mother watches over and protects her child, her only child, so with a boundless mind, one should cherish all living beings, radiating friendliness over the entire world, above, below, and all around, without limit. So let him cultivate a boundless goodwill towards the entire world, uncramped, free from ill will or enmity, standing or walking, sitting or lying down during all his waking hours. Let him establish this mindfulness of goodwill, which men call the highest state.
Yeah, even that in Islam we say, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu taqullaha wa qatukati wa wala tamutuna illa wa antum muslimun. That means, or you believe fear God should be fair and die and not only and die only in the state of being a Muslim. So that's we say the exact same thing but of course we tie it on to God. Say fear God. I mean, so that's the main difference. We tie everything to God. It's nothing that we don't tie to God back again. So it's similar. It has a comparability. I mean, it's comparable. It's very comparable. I do see the comparability, but it's like is that one thing that there's always making that barrier, because we tie everything. We say very things that are comparable, but it's always the X factor that's always there for us is God. We always saying God, 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 and that's and it's like it's just the same way how you feel when we're talking about God and the good and the bad, right? It's the same way we feel with the same way we feel when we hear Buddhism, just not you don't talk about God. Because the way we like, how could you like? It's almost like it's like
Mm.
we don't understand. It just sounds like how could you how could you just
Yeah, yeah.
and not say God, like how could you do that? How what are you thinking, like how
Right,
so that's
right.
the way it sounds to us, like
I
how
get
could
it.
you? So
Yeah,
it's like so I get how you was because on the opposite side I had the reaction of the how could you, so I guess that's a
right.
comparable.
Like, how could you
You
not?
know what I'm
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
saying? Yeah, and we talk about the highest state too. We call it Aliyah, Aliyah. That's the highest state the human could be, and it also denotes the highest level of paradise. The Iliyin is
Yeah,
so
I was
yeah,
just trying to look up different or what.
Aliyah. Yep. Or the Aliyun and the Ali yeah, that's the highest level. The Aliyah, the highest class of people are called the Aliyah, the people who live in the high, on the in the high places,
Still side by
and
side.
Aliyun, the
Mm,
highest level of paradise.
the poly view, the side by side view. Yeah. Because I don't know about that highest state. That's not how I read it. Because
That's
I
not.
listen to this frequently. Like I chant this frequently. Um, I'm just looking for my bookmark. Here we go. Actually,
What
let me
you
pull it up on here. Yeah, I'm just trying to find them. That just said the I found it
take
though.
your
Let's
time,
see.
take your time, take your time. Hey, does meta have something to do with mutter?
Maitreya is
Mother?
mm,
Because Rahman, right? In Rama and in Abraham, it has the same word we use for womb. Womb baby.
okay. The server has turned to trash. Send the Discord. The server on YouTube is acting up. Why? What is happening? All right. It's 11
I don't
o'clock
want to send the Discord.
now.
Yeah, you want to send the Discord out? I don't get it. Like, let's 15. Who's on? Let's hold on. Come on, Discord then. Okay. If you now you can see, but we can know. Okay, okay. You want to read a little bit more? Let's read a little bit more before we send it.
All right.
Hello.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's go to source, at least the
So,
source of compassion, and
okay.
then we might send it.
It is out of compassion, indeed, that the Buddha preached his Dhamma. His desire was to liberate people from suffering by enlightening them as to its cause and showing them a path to eliminate that cause. It is clear, then, that even in early Buddhism, compassion was not just a cardinal virtue, it went to the very heart of the Buddhist upaya, expedient means, or saving strategy. However, it is to be noted that the Mahayana stress on compassion goes well beyond anything found in the Hinayana texts. In the latter, compassion remains fundamental and indispensable, but in Mahayana texts it takes on altogether mythological dimensions and enters into the definition of what most closely approximates the personal God in Buddhism, namely the Buddha of infinite light, Amitabha. Remember I said he's like the embodiment of compassion.
Yeah.
By tracing the compassionate function of Gautama, the sage, back to its principal root, Mahayana Buddhism helps to solve a logical problem within the very structure of Theravada, or at least makes explicit what is implicit in the earlier tradition. The logical
and
problem.
that's what I always kind of was wondering. You remember, 'cause I've said similar things. I think that it's trying to cover up some. Mayana is trying to is a reason why Mayana changes or innovates or however you want to say it from Theravada, because there's something where it sees something. So I've actually been sort of trying to understand the whole development of it. But yeah, so that's interesting. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Okay. The logical problem is this: if there's no individual soul who suffers, what is the entity that can be said to receive compassion? And whence comes this compassion if the soul of the one imparting it is likewise non existent? If the compassionate soul is but a conglomeration of empirical and psychic envelopes or skandhas, with no essential reality, given the fact that survival after death in heavens and hells is clearly indicated by the Buddha, one has to conclude that something akin to a soul does in fact persist posthumously, and it is this something which can either be elevated to heavens or reduced to hells according to the degree to which it assimilates the teachings and acts according to the dictates of the compassionate wisdom of the Buddha.
So you have hell in your religion, right? You have hell in heavens
Well, yeah, there's
in
heaven
Buddhism.
realms, and yeah, and those 31 that Anand be talking about, there's heavenly ones and hellish ones. Yeah, for sure.
So you go to hell. So if you go to hell, what's the difference of having a hell and saying God made the hell and God puts people, like, for example, if you have a hell, who made that hell? Who made the hell realm?
I don't know.
You see, that's the thing. Is
Why
so
does
so
someone
is my
have to make it though? Why can't it just be? That's what I'm saying. Like, why does there have to be a
And things are
maker
not.
of it?
There's a
Like,
reason for everything, because everything has a reason.
but like, why does it have to be created by like a person? Like, or like,
If it
why
had a
does it have
reason,
to
it
be?
had somebody who reasoned it out. Because somebody reasoned it out. If something has a reason, that means somebody used reason and reasoned it out. That means that if something has a reason, then that indicates intelligent design. That's the reason.
How though? Like, how
It
does it
indicates
have
something
intelligent
because
design? Like,
because it's a reason for it. Why is there a reason for it? Why is there a reason for hell? And there's hell. You say there's hell, and you say there's a reason for hell. Why is there a reason for hell? It's almost like it's there for a reason. If it's there for a reason, it has somebody who reason this reason to be reasonable.
I don't know about that. Hold on, I need 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay, okay. Hey, why so religious? I don't know that. I don't know that verse. I don't know. I don't know why Muhammad said. Said if you know 99 names of Allah, you be granted paradise. It's like I never. I don't know that hadith. I doubt that hadith is authentic. I know that hadith is not an authentic hadith. Thank you. All right, Johnny John, what's up? Johnny John, you there?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up? What's up? Jen's out for
Not
a
much.
second.
Just playing
Yeah.
listening and playing some games.
Okay, okay. How you like the conversation so far?
Yeah, it's
Today?
not bad. The internet was kind of crapping out there for a bit on YouTube, so
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I don't know, but because it was us, but it was we I'm not watching on YouTube. Only thing I'm seeing on YouTube is the comments. I'm not playing it on YouTube. I'm playing it on this thing. So I don't know what goes on YouTube when it comes, but it's working out perfectly, right?
yeah, on Discord it's all right, but on YouTube
Yeah.
it's cutting out here and there.
Oh man, that's messed up. The Carter said Buddhism reinforces the Abrahamic faith. They make you a better Christian, Israelite, or Muslim. I know a lot of okay. What have you heard about this, John? Have you ever heard of a Christian tell you that they're also a Buddhist, or Buddhist or Christian say we study Buddhism to? Because I've heard that from a Christian. One Christian guy told me that one time. He told me that a lot of Christians were doing Buddhism as to strengthen Christianity. Have you seen that before? Have you seen that phenomenon?
Not with Christianity, but with Judaism, I've heard of that happening. There's this book
Okay.
called The Jew and the Lotus. Yeah. So, but I haven't heard it with Christianity, but I guess it would be pretty much the same or similar.
Okay. So
I
Jews
guess
are
like
using.
huh?
Hmm?
Say again.
So
What were you saying?
Jews are using Buddhism, right? Who's the last person in the bottom?
Hey, this is why. So I'm just gonna say y'all might want to stop reading the book because the server on YouTube is breaking up y'all's whole conversation and it's hard to follow. It's not just me; it's also Mr. Carter. The Carter. He also mentioned that it's breaking up and buffering every couple of seconds, so it's hard to follow the actual conversation. Not saying break up the live stream, but if you're really wanting to read the book and have people, take from the book, it's not going to be as easy to follow as you might think.
Okay, yeah, okay. I'm sorry, but yeah, we'll start reading it. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why it's going like that.
Yeah, I don't either, man. I even disconnected my Wi-Fi and then reconnected it, and it's just the server.
So the servers messed up today. Their servers messed up. Their servers giving trouble on their side.
I'm guessing so because, like I said, I disconnected my phone. I used my 5G, and it still was buffering a lot. And then I reconnected my Wi-Fi, and it's still buffering.
Okay. Okay. So why so religious?
Dude,
What's been going
YouTube
on
is
with you?
so far behind. Oh wow, like that's crazy. I don't know. There's it's mad far behind. Like it must have just paused for a while. I don't know what's happening with this thing. I'm sorry. Technical
You got to think
difficulties.
YouTube is probably not optimized for Discord on YouTube as opposed to like look at the problems that StreamYard has on YouTube
Yeah.
because it's not optimized properly. But you never really had these problems when it was Google Hangouts doing live streams because it was in-house production. But when it's out of house, third party, there's always going to be problems because companies don't want to optimize if they don't make enough money.
Yeah, that makes sense though. Maybe we should use Google Hangouts or something. I don't know. But why so? Okay, um, you're not a religious person, right? So you're not a religious person, but you study these religions. Now, now let me ask you this though. I actually be before that before, but I mean, if you don't have religion, right? Do you have philosophy? Do you think there's a philosophy that people could share with each other that we could all share?
Um, Honestly, I'm kind of waiting until my wife comes from putting our son to sleep, and then she takes her shower, and then I have more time to speak. I can go outside or whatever, but um, I'll just say this to your question about philosophy that we can all share. Of course, there's philosophies, there's beliefs, there's concepts that we can all share, but that doesn't mean that it's ever going to happen. The world is, in my opinion, never going to be like Star Trek.
But what if it has to? Okay, so what if humanity judges that we're in a coexistential crisis, that we have to find a way to coexist, that we have to have a coexisting philosophy? If you can have a coexisting philosophy, so you think it's okay? I'm trying to get it because you say it's impossible. Why would it be impossible? Like, why, first of all, because if it's impossible, how are we supposed to survive? So we're supposed to just survive with misunderstanding each other at all turns. Shouldn't we have some? Shouldn't we be able to
That's how
work out?
it's that's how it's been throughout history. So there's no reason to think that it's going to change.
But why not? I mean, okay, we've had industrial revolutions, right? We've had agricultural revolutions, right? We've had, and when I mean this revolution, I don't mean like upturning a state. I'm talking about technological advances that have been so destructive. I mean, that have been so disruptive that we call them a revolution. Is it possible for us to have a philosophical revolution for all humankind to take us into another era? The same way we had an industrial revolution, the same way we had a technology revolution, the same way right now we might
No,
be having an information
because
revolution.
the concept of philosophy isn't that it has to be true. It's that it's discussed and that it is debatable. But with the concept of religion, which man already has and refuses to give up, there is the concept that it is irrefutable and absolute. So,
Okay. But that's why I said, right? If we're gonna take religion out of the question, and we can say we have philosophy, right? Can we, even if we say the philosophy is all debatable, can we have a platform of language that we can all debate
I
its
would
meanings and
say,
call it a
I
philosophy
would
for all of mankind?
let's even think about since the beginning of quote unquote philosophy as far as written text, which goes back to ancient Greece essentially, they still did not agree on various philosophies. And for the past, 2,500 years, that has been the same case.
So let me ask you this then. Okay, so if people give up their religious convictions, do you think it'll make a net benefit for the psychological health of mankind? And what evidence you have for that? And I want you to specifically cite the history of religious repressions, if you know
Well,
it, in the world, even
you
recently.
asked,
Like,
you asked me an opinion, and then you asked me to give evidence of an opinion. Now,
No. I said, yeah. I want you to, yeah, no, yeah. Of course, I want you to give evidence of why we. No, the reason I'm asking you just is that just so people could know why you're coming to these conclusions. You know what I'm saying? I want insight into why you come to conclusions, but I want you to consider, right?
well,
And
I never said I held the position that if we got rid of all religion, that mankind would live in harmony or whatever this
so would it be
concept
better?
is. I never said that.
Okay, no, only reason. Okay, okay. And I know you never said it. I was asking you, do you think we better? Do you think we better? Only I'm asking you that because as somebody who calls himself why so religious and is a critiquer of religions. Without religion, do you think people will be better as a critiquer of religions? As someone who critiques this
I
issue.
think I think that the concept of better is a weird way to put it, but I would say that at least as far as every and any religion that allegedly has God being the focal point of like speaking to humans, it can be proven false by that God's words, and that in a sense, without a doubt, it would be better not to believe something that is false. Because if you just read whatever the religion says, there is obvious uh, um, inconsistency slash um, uh, untruths that are
Let me ask you this.
universal.
Let me ask
So
you this
in
though.
now let me finish. Now, in the concept of better, can I say that a person is better without religion or with religion? I can't speak about the individual person.
Okay, let me ask you this. So you believe all religions that are untrue? So okay, let me ask you this. Do you believe Judaism is untrue? Do you believe Judaism is untrue?
Yes.
You believe Islam is untrue?
Yes.
You believe Buddhism is untrue?
Yes.
You believe Sikhism is untrue?
Yes.
Okay, so every religion is untrue, right? So we have all these untrue religions, right? Okay, if you were to say all these religions are true and people would disagree with you, right? If they, okay, man. So if they let go, it'll be if somebody let go of something that's untrue, it'll be better. So we have a philosophy of truth. So what I'm trying to say is that can we agree on a philosophy of truth? Then is truth his own philosophy? Is that his own goal in and of itself? Truth, and should that be our guiding
Well,
principle of humanity?
well, it would depend because in philosophy you can have personal truths as opposed to universal truths, right? Like I can't disprove that in philosophy there's this concept that I created the world 5 minutes ago, and you can't disprove it because all action is based off of the human mind that perceives the world, and that's why like we call people crazy because their mind doesn't interact what we see as a collective as true. But in philosophy, the concept that actually this whole thing might have been created by just me. Like my consciousness might have actually created this whole universe just for me. And we can't disprove that because consciousness and existence is an individual layer. It's not a multi-layered facet.
But how do you know that though? How do you really know that?
I
How
didn't
you don't
say
know
I didn't say
objectively?
that I know that. I said that that is a philosophical concept that would go to what you were saying about truth, which is even inside of philosophy, the concept of truth can be debated because it's all about personal truths.
So see, that's the thing I don't get. And I hate. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you the worst thing I've heard in the last 10 years of my life. Is the worst phrase that I heard that's been around the world. your truth, my truth. I hate that when people say that. It's with a passion because
Hold on, my
how can you
wife's
But
have
staying
there's
how can
outside.
you have,
I'll
there's
talk to
true
her in a minute.
though. You can't.
how can
That's
you have your truth?
because you. I have mine. You have yours.
You can't have truths like that's opinions. You can have your
No,
opinion.
that's
I can have
not.
my
It's
opinion.
not.
How can you have your
Your
truth?
truth is
So,
that
so
Islam is
your truth,
true. Me and
yeah,
why
your
so
truth.
religious truth is not that.
That's not my truth.
But it
That's
is
the truth
though.
to the
You
best of
claim
my
that.
to the
You
best of what I
experience
know.
that truth.
It's a claim, but I don't experience. I don't experience reality. It's like I experience reality. I might call things
You
different how you call things, but everybody's experience is the same reality. Nobody's reality is different. Okay, play this then. Then how are we able to? How are we able? If there's okay, so let me ask you this. So is math objective? Is there such thing as numbers?
yeah,
There's numbers, right?
yeah.
How do we get numbers? So can my number can one for me be different than one for you? Can one plus one equal two for me, and one plus one equal 20 for you?
Can what?
Can one plus one equal two for me, and can one plus one equal 20 for you? Is that possible?
No.
Yeah,
Okay,
I agree with Mr. Pelu that idea of object my truth versus your truth, that doesn't, I don't vibe with that. That doesn't make much sense to me.
So how is that possible then?
Well, he's using math as a way to show that there is an objective truth that we can all agree with, and just because something is I perceive to be true, that's my truth, and somebody else's truth. My truth, it's not my truth. It's just truth. Do you see what I mean? Like mathematics isn't mine. 1 plus 1 isn't mine. 1 plus 2 is 4. Isn't It doesn't owned by anybody. You know what I mean? So
So
I think
if
that's what
you
Mr. Pell is trying to say.
all right, if you believe something to be true that I do not, then how is it objective?
it's your perception. You might have a different perception, but doesn't mean you have different truths. You might have a different perception, and your perception could be misguided. Some people's perception might be closer to reality than others.
Yeah, but that's there's it's misguided. Like how who? That's what I'm saying. Like who is anyone to tell you your perception is misguided? Based on what? Like who the hell are you?
Okay, hey, I can tell you that one plus one equal two, and you can tell me one plus one equal 12. But who am I to say one plus one equal two?
But that's not something you have to perceive because that can exist outside of your perception. One like you don't
That's the
have to
point.
right. So that's what I'm saying. Like God doesn't exist if
God
there's
exists out of
nobody
our
to
perception.
perceive him.
Hey, look, yes, he does. He does exist.
But that's a
I don't
belief,
understand
that's not a truth. Like that's a belief, that's not a fact.
that. Here's a fact.
But you got no, but no, I'm saying you believe that's a fact, but it's actually not a fact though.
Okay. You can say that. That's a theological disagreement
Okay,
between us,
actually,
right?
so you believe it's a
Well,
fact. I don't believe it's a fact, right? So at the end of that,
okay.
where's the truth?
And in the reality of the situation, whatever's true between that, I might not be able
Which
to
is going to be
convince you that
different for you and different for Johnny, right?
no, my perception of truth it might be different, but the truth is not going to be different.
So what?
Like I can perceive,
Because you agree
yeah, I
with
can
him,
perceive.
so maybe you could break it down. Like I can't understand.
I think what they're trying to mean is that we're all having an experience, and that's the truth. But just because my experience is different from your experience, there is an objective truth. And but you know what I mean? Like I think a lot of the woke and a lot of I think in the whole transgender ideology thing, they try and push this my truth versus your truth, and your truth is just as valid as mine, and maybe our experience of what it's like can be considered valid, but not when it comes to certain objective realities, like for example mathematics. 1 plus 1 is going to be 2, and if that's just the truth, no matter what, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter whether you believe it or it's my truth versus your truth. It's just the truth.
Mm-hmm.
But if your experience of 1 + 1 equals 2 is somehow 9, that's a delusion. That's not true.
Okay, so okay, so math are like things that are, I think, like, you could say static, right? So, like, how do we apply this to something that's not demonstrable, that's not repetitive, falsifiable, that's not, able to, like, repeat it, with the same outcomes, like such thing as God, right? So, like, where does that stand? Like, he experiences God. I don't experience a God. So, what is the truth then?
Well,
let me say one thing before Johnny go. Let me say one thing real quick. And I'm glad you said it right, because I'm glad you said static, right? That's and I'm good. You said that math is something static, right?
It's like, I don't know. I might have not used the word right.
No, it's good. No, it's good. I'm gonna tell you why I like the word you use, right? Because that's the same point I was making when I said God doesn't change his mind. The same way 1 + 1 is 2 is the way God doesn't change his mind. You understand? It's the same exact way. It's static, stuck in stone that way. Anyway, yeah, thanks. That's all I want to say.
Is static stuck in stone?
I guess so. What else?
Yeah, like, right? That's not, that's what I'm saying. It has to be, right? Or else it wouldn't be static. It would be fluctuating.
So is God. God doesn't fluctuate. That's why he doesn't change his mind. You know,
I don't
yeah,
know. Like, he does, though. Like, he does
he
change
doesn't
his
change his
mind.
mind.
He does.
So
He
why the same way
does.
1 + 1? Why is 1 + 1 2? 1 + 1
Okay,
is always 2
all
because
right.
God doesn't change his mind. He'll never change his mind. It'll never become 3. 1 + 1
So
will never
how
become
come
3.
for all right, let me try to think of something without trying to be disrespectful, man. Like, all right.
How do you say fuck you politely?
No cursing, no cursing, no cursing. So God changes. All right, give me a minute. I'm gonna need a minute to think about how to formulate this. All right, so in the beginning of the biblical universe, right? There's Adam and Eve, yeah, and they have like 3 sons, I think, Cain, Abel, and Seth. Is it something like that, right? So at the time on the planet where there's 5 human beings, right? There's 1 woman and 4 males. And there's no seeming women to be bred with, right? So Eve has more children with Adam, and then Cain and Abel proceed to breed with her offspring, right? Unless they're twins, because the twins can't marry each other, but they can marry other sets of
That's
twins
the
or
Quranic
something like
story. That's the Quranic story.
Okay,
You're mixing the
so
Quranic story and
all right, maybe I'm mixing them up. Okay, right. So they were partaking in incestual acts. Yeah? So
yeah, okay, yeah, yes. Okay, that's how you want to call it, yeah.
okay. So
But
why
it wasn't
wasn't it bad for
it wasn't
them?
because at that time it wasn't. It's basically God had a metric of how many people he wanted to have, and the law kicked in when the metric come in. But he already knew when the metric was going to come in.
So see, this is what I'm saying, man. Like,
No,
so he changed. So he
100%.
allowed it back then.
No, he allowed it to a point, but he already knew the point he was going to allow it.
Until what? You have to change your mind and stop
No, he didn't
allowing
change
it.
his mind. He didn't change his mind. He just said it's allowable to a certain point, and then he has to stop after a certain point.
Wait, I'm pretty sure God changes his mind all the time, doesn't he? Like, I mean, he gives.
he'll give a ruling, and then all of a sudden it'll change, right? Like, for
Wait,
example,
how?
he told Muhammad, "Don't fight," and then after a while, he told him to fight.
No, that's not a change of mind. He knew when to fight. Not the same thing about the Adam and Eve. The same thing. He knew when not to fight. And he said when. Okay. Quote.
Well,
Where
wait,
you
wait.
quote?
Didn't Muhammad fly into heaven to try and convince God to change his mind? Like,
No.
not 50 prayers a day. Can you turn it down to 5 or
No. It was
something like that?
50,000. 50,000. To 50,000. God didn't change his mind. God wanted to illustrate the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessing be upon him, compassion for the rest of the Ummah and the Muslims. It was a demonstration of Muhammad's compassion of how Muhammad himself identified with his students and how he felt for them. That's what the whole thing was to illustrate.
Well, I mean, isn't God just himself supposed to be like a super mind, if you think about it? So this
Yes,
mind doesn't change.
he
It's
doesn't change. No,
well, maybe his being doesn't change, but I'm pretty sure he could change his mind if he wanted to.
no, he
Or
can't. He can't change his mind because he knew everything. He's all knowing.
okay, yeah, I could see that. Like he's omniscient. Um,
Yes.
so his omniscience means that everything's set in stone. In other words, is what you're saying. Like he knows what's going to happen before anything happens, and then so free will becomes this sort of um, I don't know, redundancy. It's like, well,
There is no free will. There's no free will. It's his will. His will
oh,
will be.
okay.
There's no free will. It's his will and his favor.
So,
His favor and curse.
oh, you don't believe in free will?
No, of course not.
Oh, well, I've argued with Muslims who always try and say there is free will. So,
Because they're heretics.
yeah,
And
that's
they're
a
not,
nice
they're not Muslims.
takfiri.
Yeah, they're
I thought
heretics.
takfiri was like one of the worst things a Muslim could do is pronounce takfir or whatever.
That's what heretics say. That's what heretics say because they know they're heretics and they don't want to admit that they're heretics.
Okay. All right.
Um,
Cool.
yeah, I don't know, man. Like, it just seems like there's like, so God in the Old Testament was like sending plagues and all kinds of stuff, right? Like droughts and 40 years and all this stuff. Like, and then Jesus came and now he was changed his mind and he wants to be forgiving.
Yeah, pretty much. Isn't that Jesus is like God 2.0 or something like that?
I mean, like,
Yeah, but
what
okay,
changed? Like, why
that's
did he
Christianity.
change
That,
towards humanity? Like, what made.
that's a Christian question to ask. That's a question to ask a Christian. That's you have to go find a Christian, a pastor, and ask the change why it happened like that.
Yeah, why he softened up?
But they'll say something else. They'll say the this is what the Christians. This is what I hear Christians say. They say the Old Testament is the New Testament concealed, and the New Testament is the Old Testament revealed. That's what they'll say. They have excuses. They have excuses for it. They have ways of apologizing for it. But if you really want to understand the Old Testament, go watch Rabbi Tovia Singer. Okay,
I got
he's on YouTube. Get Rabbi Tovia Singer. He's the man. He'll teach you everything you need to know about the Old Testament and about the relationship between the Old Testament and Christianity and what's true and what's not from the Old Testament from a Hebrew perspective. So everybody search for Rabbi Tovia Singer. Tovia, last name Singer, Singer. He's the man.
Mm.
yeah. Well, I don't know, man. I think the whole idea of God is just really it's a way to try and deal with the harsh realities of life and the fact that we're going to die. So human beings tend to invent these stories as a way to deal with, like I said, the brute facts. We are going to die, and we want to live forever, or we want to live, at least in happiness. And we invent these paradises afterwards, and I think that's basically if you want to look at it psychologically, that's what we do. We human beings are constantly doing that kind of stuff, looking to the future for happiness instead of being present. And that's the worst. I think one of the worst things about religions is because they tend to favor the future, which is an illusion, over the present. Present is looked over. It's not even considered.
Let me ask you this though: can the present be seen as always? Look at this. Every second is the future because every second is fleeting. So you're always in the future.
No, you're not in the future. I mean,
Because
the only place
like right now,
if you want to talk in theological terms, I think the only place God would be is right now, and in an infinite now. Do you know what I mean? He's not in the future.
But we experience the future every second. Okay, you said God's not in the future. You said that in the past. Because you know why? Because you already said it, and now you're not saying it right now.
Am I being loud?
You said it. You said it in the past. Everything you said in the past. There's nothing you said in the present.
Well, no, I just said it right now. In the present.
No,
it became the past.
Yes. So everything you're saying, everything you've ever said in your life is in the past.
Well, no.
Every single word you've ever said in your life is in the past.
Yeah, but when I said it in I'm saying it in the present moment. It's like breathing.
And now it's the past.
Look. Do you breathe in the present?
So why are you holding on to the present? Is the present an attachment? Can the present be an attachment? Can the present be an attachment? And the present is fleeting? Because I just proved to you that everything you said is in the past. Everything you've done in your life is in the past. No, one thing you've done in your life is not in the past.
This is real. Mr. Pelu is realizing impermanence.
Yeah, maybe.
No,
Sadu.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks. Then I realized impermanence. Look, you're right. You see? It's impermanent. So I don't understand why Buddhism is different. If you say Buddhism does the same thing, then because Buddhism sticks to impermanence. What's the present? Is the present? What's the present? That's impermanence right there. The fact you have a constant impermanence, that means no, the present isn't anything. Why are you holding on to the present?
Exactly.
Well, it's just like I was saying before. It's the best place to be. It's a good place, like a place of reference. It's better to have your mind in the present moment than to be lost in fantasies about the future or to be constantly ruminating about the past, about what happened.
My mind is in the Acura. Oh. So if you say your mind is there, why can't I say my mind is in the future, knowing that every second I'm in the future because every second the past me was already in the past? If I know I'm always in the future, I'm always in life in the hereafter.
Well, I mean, actually, the real concept is that time is nonlinear, and that every moment of existence exists at this time. So there is no such thing as past, present, or future.
Right.
Yeah, time becomes irrelevant.
Job, why so? Big up, bro.
I mean, this is like the quantum belief amongst most scientists that I mean, Einstein theorized it.
I don't.
Einstein theorized. Well, it doesn't matter if you believe in it or not; it's real.
It's a theory. No, it's not a law. It's not a law.
No, you understand that that's the thing, man. And I'm not trying to come at you, but religious people in general do not understand the definition of theory when applied to science. Theory outside of science is kind of like an hypothesis according to science. But then when something is testable and provable multiple times in multiple different environments, even, it becomes a theory, a scientific theory.
No, it's not. It's wrong. You're totally wrong.
No,
it becomes scientific law. Wrong. It becomes a law of science that's provable, not a theory.
No, listen. So so when we use law and theory in science, we actually, it's kind of interchangeable, except for the concept that when we add law to it.
No, it's not.
Oh, so that's like saying Newton's gravitational theory isn't a law, but it is a law. You understand? Because
It's a
still
law.
a
It's a
theory.
law of gravity.
No, but that law of gravity only applies to objects that have mass. You understand that? Like it's not a
It's a
law that is
law.
universal. It's not. It's not
It is.
universal.
It is.
No,
The law
no,
of
it's
gravity
not.
is universal.
You understand the law of Newton's law of gravity is 9 meters, 9.2 meters per second squared is the fall rate of gravity on Earth. The reason that's a law on Earth is because that is the law of everything that falls. That is the rate of it. It doesn't matter if it's a feather. It doesn't matter if it's a building. Now, that's the reason it's a law, is because that's how we demonstrate it, but it's still a scientific theory.
It's a law.
Because
It's not. It's a
it's a
law.
theory. It's a
It's
theory,
not.
dude.
You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. You even a middle school science teacher will tell you that you're wrong. You go to your son's teacher. Go to your elementary school son's teacher and tell him what you just said.
Hmm?
And your
Okay,
elementary
dude.
school child. Your elementary child is elementary school science teacher is going to tell him from first grade that what you're saying is wrong.
What did he say? I'm gonna Google it.
Yeah.
I
Please,
guess
please
what's the
Google
difference
it. Please,
between
please. I
what's
want
the
you
difference
to be
between
cool.
a theory and a law in
Yes.
science?
Is what?
Yes.
What's the difference
Difference
between a
theory and law
theory,
and
a
science.
scientific theory
He said the
versus a
same thing.
scientific law? I think a law it becomes a law. Theories become
Yeah,
laws,
become
I
laws
think,
if proven.
if proven enough, or like gravity. But I think
Google
gravity
is
is a
so
law.
weird.
Pretty sure it is, at least, or it might be a theory. I don't know. I'm not
In
certain.
my
Okay.
whole
Like I
life, I
mean,
never heard. I've been taking science classes my whole life in the school. I never heard this. What's him saying right now? I never heard this in my life. In the day of my life, I swear to God, never heard it.
well, evolution is a theory. It's not a law,
But it's not a
but
law,
it happens.
exactly.
It happens,
So,
but that's evolution. That's
but you
not
can't prove it.
gravity.
So I'm saying
So,
I'm saying that
so
quantum theory is a theory. It's not a law. Quantum theory is not a law, and just because it says a law is not the same as a theory. You
Well,
could
there's
theorize
a lot,
quantum all you want.
but I think like quantum has like there's a lot of different quantum effects. Like what happens at the quantum level isn't just one thing. There's lots of different things that happen. Like particles pop in and out of existence. There are two places at the same time. You know, two things can become entangled, and then one can be like a million light years away,
I
and
don't
they'll
know about
so
still
that.
here,
be.
so masterclass.com, like theory, scientific law describe
Yeah,
phenomenon
that's
that
exactly what I
scientific
found. Yeah, go ahead.
generally laws describe what will happen by a given situation and just demonstrable by a mathematical equation. And what did I equate Newton's law of gravity to? A mathematical equation. So
Keep going. Keep going. No. Keep reading definition. Keep reading definition.
whereas theories describe how the phenomenon happens.
Keep reading.
A theory begins
Yeah.
as a hypothesis, a proposed explanation for a natural phenomenon. In order to turn a hypothesis into a proven theory, researchers design science experiments to challenge their ideas under the conditions of a natural world. By adhering to scientific method and working with careful attention to detail, science can eventually accumulate through evidence to prove their hypothesis, thus making it a theory with predictive power. I'm going to copy what I'm reading and put it in the Discord.
Yeah,
Keep reading.
so exactly what I said is that the difference is that just like with the examples they give of the Newton's law of gravity, that applies to Earth because it is something that we can test consistently, mathematically. It makes sense, and that it is applicable, and we know it to be true on Earth. And then when we talk about theories, scientific theories, these are things that are replicable, right? But like the Big Bang is one of their examples. This is replicable with multiple source materials that we are able to find evidence for. But since we are not able to recreate this mathematically, there is a difference. It's a subtle difference, but it's not the difference that you're trying to make it out to, Mr. Pelu.
It is. It
No,
is
it's
different.
not. the
You
difference.
can't prove it.
No, you can prove it. That's the thing.
You can't prove
understand
quantum
that?
physics. No, you can't prove a theory.
Quantum
I mean, you can
physics.
prove a theory. You can prove a theory, but then it becomes law when it's provable. There's a difference. You said theory. You said theory and law is the same in science.
Because it is. It's just that the difference
is not the same in science. That was the argument. That's what you said. You said they're the same in science.
No. It is the same, except for one, we have a mathematical explanation, and the other one, we don't have a mathematical explanation. But it is true. You know what I'm saying? Like you can just look at the examples that they give. The Big Bang Theory.
So all theories. Okay, watch it. I'm gonna prove it.
The heliocentric. Okay, here's.
All right, chill, you guys. Let's go one at a time, man. Chill.
No. I'm not chilling, Jen. Just listen. I'm close with you. I just want to ask you. It's
let's just talk one at a time. That's it.
It's an easy question, right? Are all theories true? Are all theories true?
Science. Well, in science, there's in science there is no concept that everything is absolutely true that we know of. Absolutely, because we have not been able to verify across the whole universe, for one. And then you also have to think of it as okay, the theory of general relativity. This is the same thing that Jen Wallace just put, right? Albert Einstein's theory claims that massive objects like the Earth cause a distortion in space-time, which is experienced as gravity. This theory actually supplemented one of the most famous scientific laws, Newton's law of universal gravity. So the way that it's saying supplanted, what it is saying is that the law of Newton's works on our planet the way that we perceive it mathematically. And it still works on the moon, the way that we went to the moon and dropped a bowling ball and a feather. And this is demonstrated through an actual video that mathematically we deduced that the moon's weight and mass is less than the Earth by, I think, a third. So we were able to mathematically prove before we went there that it would occur the way that it did occur in the time it took for it to fall at a rate. No. That law applies, as far as we know, to every planet, every mass that we've come across. That's a law. But yes, and then the theory of relativity, which talks about the Earth inside of a galactic concept, is a theory because we do not have the mathematical equations and the proof across the universe to prove it. That's the difference. That's the now. But
how do you know? So the difference is provability.
No, the difference is essentially our ability to prove it, right? So we don't have the ability yet. Okay. We don't have the ability yet to travel outside of our solar system and prove these theories of, let's say, general relativity. But at the same time, we might come across a planet, and it is totally possible, that breaks Newton's law about gravity and mass of a planet and being able to predict the fall rate, because we do not know, because all of our experiences is inside of the solar system, and the biggest mass inside the solar system is the sun.
Yeah.
So the sun plays on every planet, every moon that circles every planet also.
Yeah.
So this is a constant inside of our solar system. But we have not been to a planet that, let's say, has two stars that are circling each other at a high rate, or a pulsating star for that matter, that changes its frequencies of gravitation constantly to show that Newton's quote unquote law is relative to that area.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, but we can't disprove it either anyway.
Yeah. And but
Okay, no. You making sense. I'm gonna tell you. I was confusing hypothesis. I was thinking when I was saying theory. I was stuck in the hypothetical point of the theory, not develop it. I kind of understand what you're saying now. I kind of understand what you're saying now. Cause I was starts with a hypothesis, and then okay, you could if it's measurable, you might still say it's a theory, but it's not a law. So I kind of get what you say. So I apologize because I got stuck in the first stage of the of the theory, the
scientific
hypothesis.
method.
Yes, and I got stuck in the conclusion being law. So I thought I see where there's a gray area where you could say that's theory, and that's well not necessarily law. I see the gap where you could say that, right? I see the gap where you could say it's something
Like
theory.
I'm not like I would. I'm at the point where I'll say, like I just gave an example. I don't know if Newton's quote unquote law is a law inside of a solar system that has a pulsating star where the gravity changes immensely, constantly, and affects the gravity of the planets that are around it, even though those planets have their own mass, which we assume is why gravity acts the way it does. But we don't know that because a black hole has infinite mass, and it has gravity waves that are not equal to the infinite mass mathematically.
So can it be possible that we don't really understand the black holes, and black holes is really a theory, not a law yet?
Well, black holes are real. That doesn't mean that so
we might not understand what a black hole is. You might think it's infinite, but it might not be infinite.
Well, the thing is, we do know what a black hole is, and we do know they exist, and we have proven. No, and we have proven.
How do we really know that a black hole is what we think it is? Like we might think it's this infinite mass, but do we really know? How do people know for a fact? How is it measurable? How do we measure the infinite mass of a black hole?
Well,
mathematically speaking.
Well, the reason we know that
is black holes alone.
So, this is I'm just trying to give my best explanation. This is a really hard topic. This is like,
what's religion?
I'm just saying that this is like
You're doing great. You're doing great.
This isn't like a concept that you can just read a couple of books and understand it. It really is almost infathomable for the human mind, and that's what makes it really tough for a lot of people to even comprehend or even want to accept. You know what I'm saying? But the way that we know that that a black hole's, if I'm not mistaken, the way that a black hole has to be infinite mass is because it even sucks in sunlight. So it causes so much gravity that light cannot escape. And
let me ask you
real quick, let me explain this. The reason that we know that it has to be infinite mass by that concept is that light is the fastest traveling thing in the universe that we know about. Now, I would argue that
I was just about to say that, right? If we know it's the fastest thing in the universe, but we still know it's time. We've measured its time. We've measured light years. We have something called light years, right? The fact that we have light years mean that
that's not really how we measure time, though. The real way that we measure.
No, we measure light. I'm sorry. We measure light. We can measure light in its frequency, right? You said light cannot escape as a fast thing. We know. We're able to measure the speed of light. Light is not infinitely fast.
Yeah,
so why does something have to be infinitely large to absorb something that's
actually we don't know.
Fast?
This actually might blow your mind, dude. We actually don't know if light is infinitely fast or not, because any tests that we've ever made about light. Let me just explain this. Okay. The only way to actually measure light speed is to. There's a really good video on Vertisium It's a YouTube channel, and I'll do my best to try to explain it real quick. So if you want to, and this is how they have measured light. They have no light, and like a flashlight, let's say, but it's not really a flashlight. It's like more advanced. And they turn it on. And the way that as soon as it starts, that light clicks a trigger that starts a chain reaction through wires that go to a different, like a stopping point, and then it records how long it allegedly took that light to get to that stopping point. Now, if we assume that nothing travels faster than light, then that means that that test is ultimately flawed, because as soon as you turn on the light, you're already losing milliseconds for it to trigger the response for the test itself, and then the test itself has to travel through an electrical wire to go to an other end to register when that light hits it. So actually, we don't know. We've never measured light from the starting point to the end point. We've only measured light from light refracting off of something. That's actually true. It's really interesting that we don't know if light travels faster in one way and then slows down when it's reflected. We don't know that.
Okay, that's interesting, because I really thought there was such thing as light years. You might not really have
No, we
light
do.
years is not real.
We do have light years that we register our distance from, let's say, the center of our galaxy, or from how long it would take us to reach another galaxy. But what I'm saying is that measurement is only based off of the time that it takes light to reflect off of an object and travel back to the test site.
So it should be more accurately called light reflection years.
That would actually be more accurate, yes.
Okay, yeah. Hey, I learned something. Hey, you taught me a lot today, Wise Religion. I'm not gonna lie, you taught me a lot today. That's very good. That's really good food for thought. You taught me a lot.
Just look up Vertisium Speed of Light on YouTube, and he does like a 20-minute video. He explains it, and it's actually a really good point. I'm not saying that it's 100% accurate, but it is accurate in the sense that our testing of light is delayed, because the only way we can test light is by releasing light and then using our test tools to test it, which automatically causes a delay. You get what I'm saying? Like you can't. Does that make sense? Did I explain that?
Sort of, because yeah, it's you.
Okay,
You try
I'll
to
put it.
no matter what, our apparatus is unlimited. We have limited
I'll put it
apparatuses.
simpler. Well, I'll put it simply, right? Technically, you walk into a room and the light is off and you flick a switch, right? Now, when you flick that switch, there is a time delay, even though it's very, very small, and we barely even notice it, if at all, where the flick turns on the light and then we perceive the light.
Right.
So,
because first is the speed of electricity. First is the speed of the electric signal to the light. That's one thing you got to factor in, right?
Yeah, yes, that's the point. That's the point.
And then you got to factor in.
So reverse that.
The time it takes for the light to hit your eyes.
Yes. So reverse all of that as the experiment, where you start the light first, and then you would have to flick the switch, which would be the trigger for the experiment. And then, instead of our eyes seeing it, it would be the instrument detecting the speed that the light enters.
Man, it's just going back and forth.
It's really hard to grasp, but if you watch his video, he breaks it down in a very, because he has a script writer and everything. So, but he breaks it down in a very in a way that makes you think science is imperfect when you're talking about things that rely on other sciences. You know what I'm saying? Like the natural universe relies on the natural universe, and even though we are part of that natural universe, everything inside of it has a delay except for light, as far as we know. And after
As
that,
far as we know, is that, I mean, do we really know that?
I don't know. It's a good question. I mean, how
Okay,
could
that
you
makes
say
sense
that?
then.
How could one make the argument that consciousness isn't faster than light?
Exactly. Okay, let me ask you this
Just
then. Okay.
as a philosophical question,
Yep.
how could you demonstrate that consciousness is not faster than light? It would
You can.
be impossible to, it's impossible to demonstrate, but it would be a question philosophically that would be like, well, turn on a light and think of A first. Well, okay. If me and a person have a timer and then it's a countdown 3, 2, 1, and I'm supposed to either think of A or a light first, I might be thinking of A before the light turns on, or I might be thinking of A before light actually reaches anybody's instruments. It's actually a unique concept.